Chapter 1659. Yes, we still have young Master Wuji and the Wuji sect. We still have hope for revenge. F.A. Dongxuan's words made Lord Ma and the elders of the Heavy Cauldron sect pull themselves together. Many of them even began to search for Gan Wuji. However, no one saw Gan Wuji. They only saw a dazzling teleportation light coming from the depths of the Heavy Cauldron sect, taking Gan Wuji and disappearing into the endless starry sky. Lord Ma was stunned. Then, he cursed furiously. Gan Wuji, you'll die a horrible death. You're the one who started this mess. Now that something has happened, you didn't even say a word before leaving us behind and escaping. Sect Master Ma, now is not the time to talk about this. The Heavy Cauldron sect is finished. Hurry up and escape. I'll bring the others and bring up the rear for you. F.A. Dongxian suddenly exuded an aura of someone who was unafraid of death. He led the elders of the F.A. family and the remaining elders of the Heavy Cauldron sect. They looked like they were going to fight Yi Fei to the death. They knew that the Heavy Cauldron sect had offended Yi Fei and the Danyuan sect too much. Even if Yi Fei forgave them, the Danyuan sect would definitely not let them go. The school of legalism had a deep grudge against Yi Fei to begin with. So Lord Ma believed him and was moved to tears. Brother Dongxian, I've misunderstood you. Don't worry, we father and son will definitely kill Demon Lord Yi in the future and avenge all of you. Ma Tai also forced out 2 drops of tears. Hearing that F.A. Dongxian was willing to bring up the rear, Lord Ma and Ma Tai immediately turned around and prepared to teleport away without thinking. There's no need to wait for the future. You can help me now. Taking advantage of the moment when Lord Ma turned around, a ferocious look suddenly flashed across F.A. Dongxuan's face. 2 shiny, semi-divine daggers immediately appeared in his hands. With 2 puff sounds, they instantly pierced through the bodies of Lord Ma and Ma Tai. At the same time, their primordial spirits were also shattered. F.A. Dongxian, Lord Ma and Ma Tai's eyes widened in horror. They had never imagined that F.A. Dongxian, who had been unafraid of death a moment ago, would stab them in the back in the next moment. Fools! You can't even defeat me, yet you still want to fight with that little devil, Yi Fei. Your Heavy Cauldron sect deserves to be destroyed. F.A. Dongxian pulled out his dagger and instantly snatched the teleportation token from Lord Ma's hand. Similarly, without saying a word, he suddenly rushed onto the teleportation platform and activated the interstellar teleportation. It was only at this moment that the remaining elders and guests of the Heavy Cauldron faction realized what was going on. Fafa Xian Palace Master was fake, and the real thing was that he snatched the teleportation plate and seized the chance to escape. Most viciously, not only had F.A. Dongxian abandoned all the legalism elders, he had also smashed the teleportation platform with a palm strike the moment he was teleporting away. Not only had he cut off everyone's escape route, but Yi Fei had no choice but to continue his pursuit through space. The elders and foreign dignitaries of the Heavy Cauldron sect who had just woken up were all enraged. F.A. Dongxian, you will die a horrible death. Kill those bastards from legalism. Countless crazy elders and foreign dignitaries suddenly rushed towards the martial emperor elders of the legalism sect with red eyes. In an extremely short period of time, they had turned the remaining elders of the legalism sect into ashes. Until their deaths, the elders of the legalism sect did not dare to believe that F.A. Dongxian had plotted against the Heavy Cauldron sect in order to survive, but he had even mercilessly abandoned his own clan members. F.A. Dongxian is indeed ruthless and vicious. If we don't kill him, he will be a hidden danger. Yi Fei's face was cold as he rushed towards the distant sky. However, he was still one step too late. The teleportation platform had been completely destroyed, and he had also lost the best opportunity to use the interstellar teleportation to continue chasing after Gan Wuji and F.A. Dongxian. However, in any case, he had destroyed the Heavy Cauldron sect and cut off one of the Wuji sect's arms. Only then did Yi Fei feel that he had vented his anger. He was too lazy to care about these remaining enemies, and directly left them to Dan Yuanzi and Dan Ling to deal with the remaining battles. Yi Fei immediately said to Xiao Chao, quickly help me sense the heavy cauldron sect. Tell me the location of the spirit vein. Xiao Chao nodded vigorously. Sensing spiritual veins was Xiao Chao's forte. Even though the heavy cauldron sect's spiritual veins were hidden very well, Xiao Chao still managed to sense them in an instant. Xiao Chao immediately pointed in a certain direction, and Yi Fei immediately rushed over. Following him was the Tyrannosaurus King. Human, you promised that if we help you attack the city, you would return the spiritual veins to us. Don't worry, 100 of the heavy cauldron sect's spiritual veins will be yours. The rest will be mine. Yi Fei nodded helplessly. If he wanted to ask the Tyrannosaurus King for help, he would not be able to just threaten them. He would definitely have to give them a huge reward. Of course, this reward would be the 100 spiritual veins that the Tyrannosaurus King had lost. Of course, Yi Fei would not hand over these spiritual veins. The wool had to come from a sheep. Since the heavy cauldron sect had offended him, the heavy cauldron sect would definitely hand over these spiritual veins. Under Xiao Chao's sensing, Yi Fei quickly arrived at the heavy cauldron sect's spiritual veins. He saw that there were fire pools everywhere, and waves of astonishing spiritual energy were being emitted from the fire pools. The number of spiritual veins in the heavy cauldron sect was obviously much more than the Danyuan sect. There were close to 200 spiritual veins. If he gave the Tyrannosaurus King 100 spiritual veins, he would still have another 100 spiritual veins. Yi Fei's eyes immediately lit up. He suddenly had the urge to lead a group of Tyrannosaurus Kings and sweep the entire sect. In that case, he believed that he would be able to gather the spiritual veins that he needed to integrate the Despair Force for the 6th time. However, if he did that, he would most likely incur the wrath of the entire sect. He reckoned that before he could sweep the entire sect, all the sects in the starry sky would join forces to sweep him away. Yi Fei could only give up on this crazy idea. He immediately took out his spirit-gathering pagoda and collected the spiritual veins hidden under the fire pools one by one. At this moment, the number of spiritual veins in Yi Fei's spirit-gathering pagoda had increased from the original 100 to more than 190. This was definitely more than any quasi-emperor family. However, when Yi Fei thought about the 1,000 spiritual veins that he would need to integrate the Despair Force for the 6th time, he quickly became depressed. This path of despair is indeed very despairing. Yi Fei shook his head. Wuji City. The two elders of the Wuji sect watched respectfully as the light from the teleportation platform disappeared. Congratulations, young master, they said together. You've returned so quickly. It seems like the matter of conquering Danding City went smoothly. Where's the sect master? I want to see him immediately. Also, I don't want to hear anything about Danding City in the future. Gan Wuji's anger soared to the heavens. He was already very frustrated that he had been forced to escape. If it weren't for the two quasi-emperor elders, he would have killed them with a single palm strike. Of course, Gan Wuji didn't think that he had done anything wrong by escaping early. After all, the Heavy Cauldron sect was just a group of servants of the Wuji sect. Servants were meant to be used up. As long as I am alive, the life and death of the Heavy Cauldron sect has nothing to do with me. The most important thing now is to bring the elites of the Wuji sect back to Danding City. I must retaliate. Yi Fei, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a group of Tyrannosauruses with you. Chapter 1660. I didn't expect the Heavy Cauldron sect to have so many demigod items. It's enough to form a quasi-emperor army. No wonder Gan Wuji wanted to rope in the Heavy Cauldron sect. After collecting the spirit vein, Yi Fei did not stop. Instead, with the help of Xiao Chao's spiritual energy, he discovered the Heavy Cauldron sect's treasury. Just the door to this treasury was forged from a half-divine tool. It would require several dozen quasi-emperors to continuously attack it before it could be destroyed. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Fei. He had a heaven quasi-emperor, like the Tyrannosaurus King, by his side. The Core Source sect also had a quasi-emperor like the Sky Spear Elder who was good at fighting. In addition, there was also Dan Ling, and the quasi-emperor Tyrannosaurus King. When everyone attacked together, they instantly destroyed the demigod item. The door of the treasury was destroyed, revealing countless natural treasures and the demigod items that the Heavy Cauldron sect's elders had made. Of course, the demigod items that could be stored in the treasury were all top-quality items made by the Heavy Cauldron sect. There were more than 200 of them. This made Yi Fei and the Tyrannosaurus King feel a sense of fear. If the Heavy Cauldron sect had taken out these top-quality demigod items during the battle just now, we wouldn't have been able to destroy them. We wouldn't have been able to destroy the Heavy Cauldron sect's small world so easily. Dan Linger smiled. That's impossible. These demigod items were all made by the Heavy Cauldron sect leaders. They're their proudest works. To the Heavy Cauldron sect, they're not weapons, but symbols of their sect leaders. Actually, although Ma Wangye is shameless, he still has a bottom line. He's much better than that despicable Gan Wuji. Clearly, Dan Ling despised Gan Wuji's actions of abandoning everyone. However, Yi Fei felt that this was where Gan Wuji was smart. If Gan Wuji had dared to stay, Yi Fei wouldn't have minded killing him personally. However, right now, we should split the treasures. Let's say this first. All the spirit stones here belong to me. I also want a third of those demigod items. Yi Fei looked at the shocking number of top-quality demigod weapons with envy. Among them, there were a dozen top-quality sword-type demigod weapons. He simply put them all away. Then, he carefully selected about 20 other demigod weapons. He believed that with these demigod artifacts, the next time he returned to the family Yi would become even more powerful. In addition to the semi-divine weapon, Yi Fei also found the Heavy Cauldron sect's blacksmithing outline in the treasury. This blacksmithing outline was definitely more complicated than the Zhu family's blacksmithing outline. After reading the general principles of refining, Yi Fei found out that the general principles of refining were actually found in some ancient ruins by the ancestors of the Heavy Cauldron sect. Strictly speaking, this was a refining technique that originated from the Tianwu continent. However, the laughable thing was that many sects in the Starry Sky had clearly relied on the gifts of the ancient martial gods and martial emperors to rise. But in the end, they looked down on the continent's martial artists and became enemies with the martial heaven continent. I really don't know what to say about these Starry Sky sections. Yi Fei shook his head and put away the general principles of refining. He didn't have the time to refine, but he could bring it back to the family Yi or leave it for the true martial sacred academy. That way, he would be able to refine demigod weapons on the continent. Dan Ling, and Dan Yuanzi didn't object to Yi Fei's plundering. On the contrary, when they heard that Yi Fei wouldn't monopolize the treasury, Dan Yuanzi revealed a rare expression of praise. He secretly transmitted to Dan Ling, daughter, this brat is not bad. He's strong, and he knows when to stop. If you miss out on such a man, you won't have another chance. Father, what nonsense are you saying? Dan Ling was both embarrassed and angry, but her heart was also shaken. In the end, if Yi Fei was just an ordinary quasi-emperor, Dan Ling was confident that she could keep Yi Fei. But with the power Yi Fei had displayed, his future would definitely be dazzling. He was no longer just her. How could she force such an insignificant vice sect master to stay? Dan Ling couldn't help worrying about her gains and losses. However, to be able to become a vice sect master at such a young age, Dan Ling was also a very decisive person. She only felt embarrassed for a moment before she mustered her courage and suddenly said to Yi Fei, "Young Master Yi, our Danding City doesn't just have demigod weapons. We also have heavenly desolate pills. However, refining heavenly desolate pills requires some time. If you're willing to stay, I am willing to help you refine as many heavenly desolate pills as you want." Dan Ling's words seemed to imply something. Yi Fei was not an idiot. Of course, he was able to tell. However, he was unable to respond. After all, his goal was to become a martial emperor, a martial god. This also meant that he had to constantly fight. If he stayed in one place for a long time, he would lose his passion for fighting. His martial path would definitely end there. Stop. However, he felt somewhat hurtful to directly reject her in front of everyone. Yi Fei couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Just as Yi Fei was having a headache, an elder of the primary pill sect suddenly walked in. He looked at Yi Fei with some reverence and said, "Young Master Yi, there's a terrestrial cultivator outside. He says that he is looking for you for something very important." A terrestrial cultivator? Yi Fei felt somewhat confused when he heard this. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Regardless of who this person was, this person had done him a huge favor. Visect Masters, I still have some matters to attend to. I will be heading out first. Yi Fei politely cupped his hands and bid farewell to Dan Yuanzi and Dan Linger. Then, he hurriedly left the treasury. Yi Fei didn't say much. However, he believed that his attitude had already silently told Dan Linger everything. He couldn't possibly stay in the primary pill sect. After all, he was walking the path of despair, the strongest path. What was the strongest? Fighting all heroes and being undefeatable. This was the strongest. Hence, Yi Fei could only harden his heart and reject Dan Linger's kind intentions. Yi Fei tore through the void and appeared outside the Heavy Cauldron sect's small realm in one step. This place was already surrounded by hundreds of tyrannical dragons. In the middle of the tyrannical dragons was a terrestrial cultivator waiting anxiously. "It's you." Yi Fei recognized this terrestrial cultivator at a glance. He was actually Old Qian, who had sold him information back at the primary pill inn. Back then, Old Qian had been a quasi-emperor. However, he had sold information for a living. Yi Fei had even given him some spirit stones on account of their compatriots. When he saw Yi Fei appear, Old Qian became very excited. "Yi Fei, are you really Yi Fei? The exceptional genius who defeated the Scorching Sun sect and the Blood River sect consecutively. Yi Fei? I'm Yi Fei. May I ask what is the matter?" Yi Fei nodded solemnly. His identity had already been sold out by Fa Dongxian, so there was nothing to hide at this time. "It's really young Master Yi." "That's great. Young Master Yi, I've received an important piece of information. The Wuji sect has sent out a large number of cultivators to capture people close to you. Not long ago, there was a shocking change at the Saber Tomb. The Wuji sect suddenly stopped any cultivators from approaching the Saber Tomb. There was a big woman who rushed out several times and fought with the Wuji sect's elders. The news brought by Old Qian was very vague. Even so, Yi Fei's heart was suddenly filled with a huge rage. What did you say? The Wuji sect is capturing people close to me? Do you know what the woman they captured looks like? Yi Fei asked hurriedly. I'm not very sure either. I only heard the Wuji sect's elder shout something about capturing Zhao Yu, and boom. Chapter 1661. How dare you, Wuji sect? I don't blame you for targeting me, but you shouldn't have targeted my friends and family. You shouldn't have targeted Zhao Yu. Yi Fei's anger erupted like a volcano. His relationship with Zhao Yu was very special. This special relationship had once made Yi Fei very confused. However, Yi Fei was very sure of one thing. He absolutely couldn't let Zhao Yu get hurt. Upon hearing Old Qian's words, Yi Fei's anger was immediately ignited. However, Yi Fei suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, Old Qian, are you sure your information is reliable? Young Master Yi, I'm very sure. I was originally a scout for the Celestial Spirit sect. When the incident happened, I happened to be near the Saber Tomb. Old Qian said very seriously. Yi Fei's heart sank. When Old Qian spoke, his mind power was firmly locked onto any minute changes in Old Qian. Of course, he could tell that Old Qian wasn't lying. In other words, it was very likely that Zhao Yu had really been blocked by the Wuji sect in the Saber Tomb, and that a great battle had broken out between the two sides. Understanding that this matter couldn't be delayed, Yi Fei didn't hesitate any longer. Instead, he asked in a low voice, Old Qian, where is the Saber Tomb? How long will it take to get there from here? Old Qian hurriedly took out a star map and handed it to Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, this is the location of the Saber Tomb. The saber tomb is very famous in the lower road of the starry sky. There's a teleportation array in Danding City that can transport you there instantly. Thank you, Big Black. Take me to the teleportation array immediately. Yi Fei took the star map and saw that there was indeed a teleportation array in Danding City that was specially used to transport you to the saber tomb. He heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that there's a teleportation array. This way, I can get to the saber tomb faster. Before leaving, Yi Fei casually swiped at his space belt. He didn't even look carefully at what treasure he had given. He had already taken the dragon turtle into the void and very quickly appeared in Danding City at the teleportation array that was specially used to transport you to the saber tomb. In a flash of starlight, Yi Fei disappeared from Danding City. It was only then that old Xian, the messenger, had the time to take a closer look at what Yi Fei had given him. Then, old Xian's eyes widened in shock. This is actually a semi-artifact treasured saber. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I have a semi-artifact. Old Xian's face was full of surprise. He came to inform Yi Fei of this news, only to repay Yi Fei for his timely help at Danyuan Inn. He never expected that Yi Fei's gift of gratitude would be a demigod treasure saber. Old Xian hugged the treasure saber excitedly and nearly fainted on the spot. Damn, what's wrong with me? When I heard that Zhao Yu was in danger, I actually gave him a semi-artifact, so casually. I was too generous this time. Not long after, Yi Fei also came to his senses gloomily. Helpless, he was already tightly wrapped in the teleportation light. He was like a dazzling shooting star, traversing the starry sky. About a day later, Yi Fei's figure appeared in a strange part of the starry sky. It was a saber-shaped crack in the starry sky. Outside the crack was an ordinary starry sky. Inside the crack was a terrifying world of saber chi. Before he could get close, countless saber gleams had already torn through the void and surged out of the crack. Then, the calm starry sky was swept up by a terrifying storm of astral chi. This is undoubtedly a sacred place for sabersmen. Even if there are no treasures here, just the saber chi hidden in this crack is enough to make countless saber-wielding martial artists rush here. As Yi Fei felt the terrifying saber chi, he faintly felt as if his soul was being torn apart by a saber. This was the saber tomb. It was also the most suitable place to cultivate saber martial arts. However, the strange thing was that Yi Fei did not remember Zhao Yu learning saber martial arts. Could it be that Zhao Yu obtained some saber martial arts on the ancient Starry Sky path and came to the saber tomb and was discovered by the experts of the Wuji sect? Yi Fei secretly speculated. He did not think too much about it. Since he was already here, he had to make a trip to the saber tomb. Yi Fei began to charge toward the crack in the saber tomb. At this moment, two quasi-emperor elders of the Wuji sect were sitting cross-legged at the crack in the saber tomb. They had also noticed Yi Fei's arrival long ago. However, Yi Fei did not enter, so they could not scold him. When they saw Yi Fei try and enter the saber tomb, they immediately stood up and shouted coldly, "Stop! The Wuji sect is on business." However, unrelated people are not allowed to enter. You can enter the saber tomb in a few months. One of the elders of the Wuji sect subconsciously thought that Yi Fei was a warrior who had come to cultivate saber martial arts. The other elder of the Wuji sect looked at Yi Fei and said with some confusion, "Wait, what's your name? Before you leave, tell me your purpose of coming here. Why do I feel that you look familiar?" Yi Fei did not change his expression and said in a deep voice, "My name is Dong Fangyu. If you want to know my purpose, you have to answer my question first. Is the person you caught inside Zhao Yu? You actually know Zhao Yu? Wait, the name Dong Fangyu also sounds familiar. No, you are not Dong Fangyu. You are Yi Fei. We have a portrait of you. Demon Yi, you are so bold. We were worried that we couldn't find you. How dare you take the initiative to come here and die?" The two quasi-emperor elders were furious at the same time. The moment they recognized Yi Fei, they both attacked at the same time, wanting to capture Yi Fei. Boom! Without giving the two quasi-emperors a chance to attack, Yi Fei directly released all 4 heaven-level domains in one breath. Then, he launched the Sword Wei Connecting God. The four domains merged together at the same time, forming a special divine sword light that slashed across the throats of the two quasi-emperors. Puff! Puff! Two heads instantly rolled down and were viciously stepped on by Yi Fei. This scene also shocked many of the warriors who were wandering outside the saber tomb to gather information. How was this possible? That person actually killed two quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect with one sword strike. Even though these two quasi-emperors were only in charge of guarding the saber tomb, they were still quasi-emperors. However, they were killed in one move. While many Starry Sky warriors were frightened, they inevitably began to secretly size up Yi Fei. In the end, they were shocked to find that Yi Fei had 4 heaven-level domains. Many people were scared out of their wits on the spot. Heaven-level domains, and 4 of them at once. Who is this person? Who else could it be? This person should be Yi Fei, who is wanted by the Wuji sect. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to come here and kill quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect. I heard that Yi Fei is a demon. The Scorching Sun sect and the Blood River sect suffered a great loss at his hands. However, he came to the wrong place to come to the saber tomb. Quickly tell the elders of the Wuji sect that Yi Fei has appeared. We're going to make a great contribution. The Wuji sect said that whoever can find Yi Fei will be rewarded with an Earth Desolation elixir. Chapter 1662. The sneaky actions of these Starry Sky martial artists did not escape Yi Fei's eyes, but Yi Fei did not care. He was eager for these people to inform the Wuji sect. In this way, the Wuji sect elders inside would definitely deal with him first, and not Zhao Yu. The world of the Saber Tomb was infinitely vast. It was more like a powerful martial god had used his saber to split open the world, forming a strange saber world on the other side. This world was filled with saber chi, saber aura, and various incomplete saber weapons. These saber weapons included sacred weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, semi-divine weapons, and true divine weapons. However, these divine weapons had been nurtured by the Saber Tomb for tens of thousands of years and had developed spiritual intelligence, forming special saber weapons. When it sensed Yi Fei's entry, a saber weapon that was wandering around the periphery of the Saber Tomb suddenly shot out. With a tragic whistle, it formed a terrifying saber light that quickly slashed toward Yi Fei. Yi Fei hurriedly threw out a punch, shattering the saber weapon that approached him. As the saber weapon shattered, a strange saber light emerged from it and quickly integrated into Yi Fei's mind. It gave him a vague and mysterious understanding of the use of the saber. Killing these saber weapons can actually improve the realm of the saber. Yi Fei was a little surprised, but he quickly shook his head. He was a swordsman, and the saber chi would not be of much use to him. Besides, the most important thing now was to find Zhao Yu and make sure that she was safe. He did not have the time to study these saber chi. Xiao, help me sense the location of those Wuji sect elders. Yi Fei said to Xiao in a deep voice. At the same time, he quickly threw out a punch, blasting away all the saber weapons around him. Along the way, Yi Fei also saw many broken saber weapons scattered on the ground. But the strange thing was that even if these saber weapons were broken, they would soon reform, recover, and finally become new saber weapons. However, Yi Fei quickly determined the range of the Wuji sect's activities through the broken saber weapons. Xiao also quickly sensed something and hurriedly told Yi Fei that she had discovered several powerful heaven stage quasi-emperors ahead, guarding the entrance of a huge saber tomb. Yi Fei now knew that he had not entered the real saber tomb, but the periphery of the saber tomb. The real saber tomb was actually a huge saber tomb. At this moment, 3 heaven stage quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect were sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the saber tomb, staring coldly at Yi Fei, who had just rushed over. You are Yi Fei, that terrestrial martial artist who dares to oppose my Wuji sect? I heard that you're from the Azure Saint Palace. Lord Sword God, Lord Sword Sword, is Wuji Sword Wuji, is Wuji. The 3 heaven stage quasi-emperors spoke one after another, as if they were certain that they could defeat Yi Fei. Obviously, They had already received news and were waiting here. This could not be helped. After all, no matter how fast Yi Fei was, he could not be faster than the voice transmission mirror, which could instantly communicate. Yi Fei's heart immediately sank. Then, a shocking murderous intent and anger erupted from his body. I see. You're trying to capture me and the people related to me, because you want to take the stellar sword embryo from me. Whoosh! Yi Fei took out the stellar sword embryo. To be more precise, this was the Wuji sword, a treasure that the Wuji sect had to take back. When they saw Yi Fei take out the everlasting sword, the three quasi-emperors of the everlasting sect simultaneously erupted in rage. It is indeed the everlasting sword. Back then, if not for the Azura sage, if that lunatic from the Azura palace had taken this sword, Lord Sword God would have broken through to the martial god realm long ago. Yi Fei, if you don't want anything to happen to your woman, kneel down immediately and give us the Wuji sword. Boom! Boom! As they spoke, the three Heaven Stage quasi-emperors attacked Yi Fei at the same time. The aura of boundless domains erupted from their bodies. What was even more shocking was that they did not only possess a single domain, but two. Furthermore, both of them were Heaven Stage domains. If this happened in the Qianwu continent, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Central Plains. However, on the Starry Ancient Road, it was very common to have multiple Heaven Stage domains. After all, in the Starry Heavens, there were miraculous medicinal pills like the Heavenly Desolate pill that could raise one's domain. As the overlord of the Starry Heavens, the Wuji sect controlled a desolate vein and could easily refine large amounts of Heavenly Desolate pills. This was also the reason why the Wuji sect had many Heaven Stage quasi-emperors and many elders with Heaven Stage domains. For example, after receiving news that Yi Fei was an unrivaled quasi-emperor with 4 Heaven Stage domains, these 3 elders of the Wuji sect did not cower. Instead, they sneered and attacked Yi Fei. Yi Fei also sneered. He knew that Zhao Yu was very likely trapped in that saber grave. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei immediately unleashed his strongest power. 4 Heaven Stage domains erupted at the same time. The 8 extreme heavenly dragon charged at the Wuji sect elder closest to the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect elder attacked. Impudent. The 3 elders of the Wuji sect were thoroughly enraged. After all, they were not ordinary Heaven Stage quasi-emperors. When they were young, they were peak geniuses. After hundreds of years of cultivation, they possessed 2 Heaven Stage domains that even the peerless geniuses of the continent could not possess. Once they unleashed their power together, the entire Saber Grave world could not help but tremble before the fury of the 3 quasi-emperors. Limitless Sword Dao. The first quasi-emperor made a move. His figure expanded rapidly like a god or a demon. The whistling sword Qi formed a divine light that could split the sky and earth. It slashed out in a mystical trajectory, tearing a terrifying sword scar in the Saber Grave world. Limitless. You dare to talk about limitless in front of my Taiji? Yi Fei sneered. At the same time, sword light spread out from his body like a tsunami. The majestic sword Qi tore through the sky and shook the mystical trajectory of Limitless. An even more mystical Taiji appeared in the sky, suppressing Limitless. At the same time, it also suppressed this person's Limitless Sword Dao. This is impossible. Taiji, what you have grasped, is actually Taiji, which is above Limitless. The quasi-emperor who executed the Limitless Sword Dao was shocked. Since the Wuji sect could deduce the secrets of Limitless, they naturally knew about the existence of Taiji. However, they did not know how to turn Limitless into Taiji. Taiji. At this moment, when he saw Yi Fei's Taiji Sword Dao, he was instantly shocked. However, compared to his shock, the other 2 Heaven Stage quasi-emperors were filled with fear. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Yi Fei possessed 6 domains, not 4. Chapter 1663. Kill. Yi Fei didn't give these 2 quasi-emperors a chance to recover from their injuries. When the 8th-level heavenly dragon shattered their martial arts, Yi Fei let out a loud roar and stepped into the void. He actually ignored the quasi-emperor, who used the sword principle and instantly appeared in front of the two injured quasi-emperors. Then, a bright starry sword light illuminated the world of saber chi. Don't you want the unbounded sword? Very well, I'll return it to you now. No. The two quasi-emperors' expressions changed drastically. As elders of the Wuji sect, no one knew better than them how heavy the unbounded sword was. The Wuji sect had destroyed several vital planets and killed millions of people to forge this divine weapon, sword embryo. Just the weight of this sword embryo alone was enough to cause a martial emperor to vomit blood. The weight of this sword embryo was enough to cause a martial emperor to vomit blood. Although quasi-emperors also had the word emperor in them, the difference in strength between them and a true martial emperor was too great. At this moment, Yi Fei was a heaven quasi-emperor, and the unbounded sword, which had ignited its bloodline, was undoubtedly even more terrifying. No matter how the two quasi-emperors struggled or executed their defensive techniques, they used a powerful defensive martial technique. It was a loud boom. It was as if heaven and earth had collapsed. The bright starry sword embryo was like a real star at this moment. It smashed the world of saber chi, causing a terrifying vortex of astral chi to appear. And in this vortex, the two quasi-emperors' bodies and primordial spirits were struck twice by Yi Fei. They were smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. How can this be? Wasn't the unbounded sword sealed? How can he still release the power of the stars hidden in the unbounded sword? The last quasi-emperor stared blankly at this scene. Originally, when the three of them were top genius quasi-emperors, capturing a junior would be easy. After all, according to the information provided by the Blood River sect, Yi Fei only had 3 heaven domains. Although such strength was shocking, it was far from enough to shake the Wuji sect's position as the overlord of the universe. Until now, when he realized that Yi Fei could actually condense 4 heaven-level domains and completely release the star power hidden in the limitless sword, this person was truly terrified. Even for an exceptional genius, forming 3 heaven realms was the limit. There is only one possibility for someone to be able to form 4 heaven realms, and that was Yi Fei. He had already surpassed the level of an exceptional genius and had reached the level of a half-step monster. Only the legendary geniuses would be able to break through the limit and possess 4 or more Tian domains. Most of them would eventually achieve the martial god realm. For example, the sword god of the Wuji sect was a demonic genius who had once been invincible in the starry sky. If the sword god had not been unlucky enough to meet the real genius of the Showa Holy sect, the Wuji sect would have had a living martial god, 4 great domains, and a demonic genius. Damn the Blood River sect. Damn Schwellingzi. We have all underestimated him. We have to send this news back to the sect as soon as possible and report it to the sect master. This person was very fast. He found a very good reason for his escape. The instant Yi Fei killed the other 2 quasi-emperors, this person turned and fled, frantically rushing out of the saber mound without any regard for his life. Kill. Yi Fei held the blood-dripping, limitless sword. Even killing 2 quasi-emperors in a row could not extinguish the anger in his heart. At the thought that Zhao Yu might be trapped in the saber tomb and might even be injured at this time, he could not help but emit a shocking murderous intent and anger. How dare you chase after my woman? If I don't kill you, do you really think that I am easy to bully? Sword Dao Godhood die. Yi Fei's surging anger turned into a surging sword light. Suddenly, this sword light turned into an incomparably huge divine sword light. The most terrifying thing was that this sword light was condensed from Yi Fei's 4 heaven-class domains and 2 earth-class domains. This sword light instantly tore apart the void, boundless and majestic. The light of the divine sword dimmed the saber lights in the entire saber mound. No, that is Sword Dao Godhood. You have comprehended Sword Dao Godhood. When he felt the majestic divine sword light displayed by Yi Fei, the face of a powerful heavenly domain elder instantly turned pale. Apart from fear, the only thing he could do was to use all his strength to activate Sword Dao Godhood and burn all his blood at the same time, hoping to be able to block Yi Fei's powerful sword. Unfortunately, this person's Sword Dao Godhood had only combined 2 domains. Even if he desperately burned his blood, the most he could do was double the power of Sword Dao Godhood. Yi Fei's Divine Sword Light had combined the astonishing power of 6 domains and instantly destroyed this person's divine sword. The light, along with his body, was completely destroyed. Bang! When Yi Fei killed this person and rushed into the saber tomb in front of him, it took less than 10 breaths of time. However, in these short 10 breaths of time, the sky above the Saber Chi world had already exploded with 3 terrifying bloody lights one after another. This made those starry sky martial artists who had the courage to follow and watch the show tremble all over. In 10 breaths of time, the 3 heavenly quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect were all killed. Demon Ye's strength is so terrifying. Are we still going to follow him into the Saber Tomb? Don't go in. This is a grudge between the Wuji sect and Demon Yi. Didn't you hear what Demon Yi said just now? Whoever touches his woman will die. If we follow him in, we're courting death. At this time, the warriors who still dared to train in the Saber Tomb were not fools. Seeing Yi Fei kill the 3 elders of the Wuji sect in one breath, even the most fearless warriors felt a deep fear in their hearts. At this time, there was no need for Yi Fei to chase them away. All the warriors who entered the Saber Tomb were frightened. They retreated in horror. Saber weapons appeared more frequently in the Saber Tomb. Not only were there semi-divine weapons here, but there were also many divine weapons wandering around the Saber Tomb, bursting with astonishing saber light. Just as Yi Fei entered, a nearby divine weapon noticed Yi Fei. It suddenly whistled and slashed at him from afar. 8 heavenly dragons. Yi Fei did not hesitate. 8 heavenly dragons suddenly appeared on his body and pounced together to knock this divine weapon away. Kill! Suddenly, a loud roar came from within the saber. Then, this saber became incomparably huge at this time. It was like a broken black saber mountain. It actually knocked the heavenly dragons away and continued to slash at Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression suddenly became serious, and his body suddenly appeared. He released a huge wave of anger. Get lost! His body suddenly emitted a purple gold light. Yi Fei activated the Battle Demon Dao and the Battle God Dao at the same time, exploding with the power of despair. He fiercely punched at the incoming saber. Boom! The black saber was knocked back by Yi Fei's punch. It was like a black mountain rolling in the void. Treasures had spirits. Although this was an extremely broken divine weapon, there was still a trace of a mysterious consciousness hidden in it. After sensing Yi Fei's strength, this saber immediately retreated. It was like an enraged general emitting a buzzing sound. Soon, Yi Fei saw 4 or 5 divine weapons flying in the void from afar. They were also targeting him. Chapter 1664. Kill. The mysterious voice could be heard from the saber tomb once again, as the 6 sabers merged into a mountain range of sabers and slashed in Yi Fei's direction. Yi Fei's body was like a war demon, his spirit like an Azura. The sabers were strong, but he felt a trace of anxiety in his heart. It was already difficult for him to face these sabers. Would Zhao Yu, who had escaped here, be safe? He could not think about it. He did not dare to think about it. At this moment, he could only advance. He could not retreat. Fist of life and death. His fists were filled with violent anger and purple gold light of despair. Yi Fei suddenly took a step forward and rushed towards the mountain range of sabers. His fist whistled like a meteor as it smashed into the mountain range. A huge hole was instantly punched into the mountain range of sabers. Ignoring the sabers behind him, Yi Fei's figure had already rushed through the hole. Xiao Chao, help me sense Zhao Yu's position. The sabers in the saber tomb could not stop Xiao Chao's spiritual eye of heaven and earth. Soon, a trace of doubt appeared on Xiao Chao's face, but he still pointed in a certain direction. In his hurry, Yi Fei did not have the time to ask Xiao Chao about his doubts. Following Xiao Chao's finger, he continuously used the greater void step and continuously traversed the void, heading towards the depths of the saber tomb at a rapid speed. But the strange thing was that he did not see any sabers along the way. Wherever he passed, there seemed to be a large, empty area. Strange, there are sabers everywhere in the saber tomb. Why is it that the deeper I go, the fewer sabers there are? No, it's not that the number of sabers is decreasing. It's that someone is attracting all the sabers there. Boom! Just as he was thinking about this, there was suddenly an incomparably huge roar of thunder in front of him. That roar was like the descent of a heavenly tribulation. It was shocking. But then, there was the sound of countless sabers vibrating. Yi Fei quickly probed with his spiritual sense. Immediately, he was enraged. In the core region of the saber tomb, countless sabers were gathered together. They howled and roiled with saber chi, condensing into a terrifying saber storm. Countless cracks appeared in the interior of the saber tomb, and in the middle of this storm, there was a woman covered in blood. She fell to the ground. Even her graceful figure could not stand straight. She could only fall to the ground with her back facing Yi Fei. Boundless saber chi surrounded her, as well as dozens of saber weapons hidden within the saber chi. At this moment, these saber weapons were fusing with each other, forming a dazzling black demonic saber. It slashed down from the heavens and was about to kill the woman on the ground. In an instant, a thick rage filled Yi Fei's mind. How dare you touch my woman? Even if you are soldiers, you will still die. 8. Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei's black robes fluttered. His majestic true yuan and anger turned into 8 violent heavenly dragons. They instantly suppressed space and shattered the saber aura. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei rushed into the storm vortex formed by the saber weapons. He directly used his fist to meet the descending black demonic saber. It's him. Why is he here? Lu Qing raised her head in despair. She looked at the descending black demonic saber. She felt that she was too unlucky. She clearly had nothing to do with Yi Fei, but the elders of the Wuji sect were unwilling to let her go. They were unwilling to listen to her explanation. In the end, in order to not be captured and humiliated, Lu Qing could only risk everything. She escaped into the saber tomb and took the risk to break into the saber tomb. In the end, she despaired when she found that the saber tomb was a place of death. There were countless terrifying saber weapons here. Countless years had turned these saber weapons into evil saber spirits. Lu Qing used the power of the heavenly tribulation to destroy some of them. However, even more saber weapons still surrounded her. She was about to die in this graveyard. However, at this moment, a person she absolutely did not expect appeared. He rushed into the terrifying saber tomb without any regard for his life. He even risked his life to block the black demonic saber that was powerful enough to kill a quasi-emperor with one strike. He even said that. Lu Qing's emotions were extremely complicated at this moment. She wanted to open her mouth, but did not know what to say. Yi Fei's heart was filled with rage. He did not turn his head. Therefore, he did not know that the woman behind him who he was risking his life to protect was not Zhao Yu, but Lu Qing, whom he had not seen for a long time. If he had known, he definitely would not have said those words, nor would he have done such a foolish thing as using his body to block the saber. Puff! The black demonic saber viciously slashed at Yi Fei. Neither the purple gold taiji nor the golden body of the war demon could block this terrifying demonic saber. Yi Fei was shocked to see that the demonic saber tore a huge bloody wound on his semi-divine weapon body. Blood spurted out and white bones appeared. In the end, the black demonic saber turned into a violent saber chi that frantically surged into his body. This was no longer as simple as a saber weapon's instinctive attack. This demonic saber was clearly devouring his flesh. No, to be more precise, this demonic saber actually wants to take over my body and turn me into a saber weapon. Yi Fei's face was filled with shock. This was an extremely inconceivable scene. How could a human become a saber weapon? Unfortunately, the consciousness of these saber weapons was not complete. In their consciousness, Yi Fei's body, which was comparable to a semi-divine weapon, was no longer ordinary flesh and blood. Instead, it was the perfect body for them to assimilate and take over. This was also the reason why, when Yi Fei was injured and spurted out blood, countless saber weapons around him went berserk. All the saber weapons went berserk. Countless saber spirits rushed out from the damaged semi-divine weapons and godly weapons and surged madly into Yi Fei's wound. To these saber spirits, having a perfect semi-divine weapon body was undoubtedly a fatal attraction. Every saber spirit present wished that they could take over Yi Fei's body. This made Yi Fei extremely depressed. He sneered in his heart. This was not the first time he had been taken over. He already had experience in dealing with this. Kill all of you, get out of here. Boom. Yi Fei's consciousness suddenly roared angrily. Following that, his entire soul roared. Countless deities suddenly turned into boundless wills and quickly suppressed all the saber spirits that had rushed into his body. Then, without waiting for them to resist, every piece of flesh and every cell in Yi Fei's body glowed like stars. They shone brightly and exploded with a golden demonic light. Chapter 1665. Boom, boom, boom. The saber tomb was filled with continuous explosions. Yi Fei turned his flesh into a demonic black hole, mercilessly devouring the saber spirits that had entered his body. He wanted to use this method to frighten these strange saber soldiers and make them retreat. Unfortunately, his act of devouring the saber spirits only angered the saber soldiers that were roaming around the saber tomb. As soon as one group of bladed soldiers was devoured, another group of bladed soldiers was attracted and began to pour in from various parts of the saber necropolis. Soon, Yi Fei was surrounded by demigod items, god items, and saber soldiers. They let out enraged cries, as if their entire race were being slaughtered. Yi Fei's actions had enraged them. In a breath's time, saber chi shook the universe and spread out in all directions. At this moment, it formed a terrifying saber aura. Realizing that the saber spirits alone were unable to assimilate Yi Fei and were instead being devoured by Yi Fei's demonic vortex, the saber soldiers that rushed over immediately gathered into a torrent of saber spirits. They rushed into Yi Fei's body in an even more violent manner. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned ugly. No matter how strong his battle demon Dao was, there was a limit to how much it could devour saber spirits. Once this limit was exceeded, it would no longer be him devouring the saber spirits. Instead, the saber spirits would devour his consciousness, turning him into one of the saber spirits. And once he became a saber spirit, he could not imagine how terrifying a killing machine he would become. But even if I become a cold-blooded killing machine, I have to save her. Let's go, Yi Fei said with difficulty as he resisted the attacks of the countless saber spirits. At the very least, he could help Zhao Yu escape this terrifying tomb. No, I'm not leaving. If we leave together. If we die together. Seeing that Yi Fei was willing to sacrifice his life to save her, Lu Qing's expression became even more complicated. Although she would not fall in love with Yi Fei because of this, her heart was undoubtedly greatly shaken. Pooh! Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the woman behind him. It was not Zhao Yu but Lu Qing. Lu Qing, who had nothing to do with him. Immediately, Yi Fei seemed to see countless desolate beasts roaring in front of him. He even had the urge to immediately go back and drag old Qian out and beat him to death 10,000 times. Damn old Qian. Didn't he say that Zhao Yu was chased by the Wuji sect and escaped into the saber tomb? How could the one who escaped here be Lu Qing? If I had known earlier that the one being besieged by the bladed troops was Lu Qing, why would I have risked my life to block the bladed troops? Yi Fei was extremely depressed. However, at this moment, Under the attack of countless sword spirits, it was extremely difficult for him to speak. Lu Qing was also scared pale by the sight of Yi Fei spitting out blood. With her experience, of course, she knew that Yi Fei was facing a huge threat. However, she was already heavily injured. Now that she was facing the attacks of countless saber spirits, even if Lu Qing wanted to, he could not do much to help. In the end, Lu Qing could only think of a solution that wasn't really a solution. She gritted her teeth and took out a spirit pill with astonishing spiritual energy. Then, she suddenly pounced on Yi Fei. Kill! The surrounding saber soldiers became even more furious. Suddenly, a full moon turned into a scimitar and slashed at Lu Qing. At the same time, Lu Qing's body was suddenly surrounded by lightning. Even though he was heavily injured, he was able to fiercely knock away the saber soldiers formed by the full moon soldiers. Lu Qing took advantage of this opportunity to finally rush over to Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei, eat this. Perhaps we still have hope. A pure white and soft hand opened. What Lu Qing took out was actually an incomparably precious Heaven Desolate pill. She had obtained this Heavenly Desolate pill by accident after killing a Wuji sect elder who was chasing after her. Lu Qing treated it as a supreme treasure and kept it close to her body. She even planned to bring it back and give it to her grandfather. This would also fulfill the heavenly punishment Quasi-Emperor's wish of not being able to break through to Heavenly Quasi-Emperor. However, when Lu Qing saw how Yi Fei risked his life to save her, even willing to throw away his life, she decided to give this Heavenly Desolate pill to Yi Fei. As long as you consume this Heavenly Desolate pill, you will be able to break through to Heavenly Quasi-Emperor. Perhaps you will be able to break free from these bladed troops. Lu Qing did not wait for Yi Fei to refuse. She already stuffed the Heavenly Desolate pill into Yi Fei's mouth. However, she did not care. Several bladed troops had already mercilessly chopped apart the electricity covering her body. Several long wounds appeared on Lu Qing's body. Blood dyed the ground red, and her azure-colored clothes turned bloody. However, Lu Qing did not seem to notice this. For the sake of helping Yi Fei successfully refine the Heavenly Desolate pill, Lu Qing burned her bloodline again. Immediately, boundless electricity formed a terrifying sea of electricity that forced the surrounding bladed troops back. However, Lu Qing's aura rapidly weakened. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Lu Qing was severely injured in the first place. Burning her bloodline now was damaging her foundation. She would not be able to last for long. Furthermore, Lu Qing had already fed the Heavenly Desolate pill into her mouth. Under the influence of the War Demon sect, Lu Qing was like a horrifying black hole that sucked in everything. The moment Lu Qing stuffed the Heavenly Desolate pill into her mouth, Yi Fei's flesh formed a whirlpool that instantly absorbed all the medicinal energy of the Heavenly Desolate pill. Yi Fei immediately smiled bitterly. He understood that he no longer had a choice in this situation. He could only sigh and pull himself together. Then, he ferociously turned this medicinal energy into surging desolate energy and wildly poured it into his vermilion bird domain. Under the stimulation of the desolate energy, the vermilion bird domain quickly transformed from an earth rank domain to a heavenly rank domain. What surprised Yi Fei even more was that, because he already had experience using the Heavenly Desolate pill to upgrade his domain, this transformation was completed in just a few seconds. This also caused Yi Fei's heavenly rank domain to increase from 4 to 5. With the support of 5 heavenly rank domains, Yi Fei's strength had undoubtedly become even more terrifying. His War Demon sect revolved even more crazily. His War Demon sect, which had already reached its limit, became even more powerful. In the end, Yi Fei even released all his heavenly rank domains. Suddenly, he released the 8-level Sky Dragons. The 8-level Sky Dragons, which possessed 5 complete heavenly rank domains, were even more terrifying. Yi Fei condensed a new Fire Dragon and used the remaining Sky Dragons to suddenly dive down and rush into the endless sea of weapons. Sky Dragon's domains explode. Yi Fei shouted. At this critical juncture, he did not hold back. Not only did he personally detonate the 7 Sky Dragons, but he also detonated the other 4 domains besides the Vermilion Bird domain. That terrifying explosive force formed a frightening true origin shockwave that instantly spread out in all directions. In the end, the entire saber tomb was covered by this shockwave and shook violently. Yi Fei's heart shook when he sensed the terror of this domain explosion. The self-detonation of the 8-level Sky Dragons combined with the domains is actually this terrifying? Looks like I have another trump card. Yi Fei did not hesitate as he looked at the swords and sword spirits that were scattered all around him. As he dispersed them, he picked up Lu Qing, who was on the verge of collapsing, and used void steps to rush out of the sword tomb. Kill! Behind him, there were countless sabers and soldiers, all of them roaring furiously. They chased after Yi Fei relentlessly, trying to surround him from all directions. However, the Great Void Steps was simply too fast. To be honest, if he had not rushed out too quickly and fought too fiercely, as well as underestimated the combined power of the weapons, Yi Fei would not have been injured at all. Chapter 1666. Countless sabers gathered, forming a terrifying torrent of sabers. This was the terror of the saber tomb. Not to mention a regular heaven-grade quasi-emperor. Even Yi Fei felt like he had escaped death the moment he rushed out. These sabers were simply too scary. A single saber was not scary. However, when they gathered together, even a martial emperor would find it hard to block them. It was no wonder that no faction was willing to occupy this saber world. Lu Qing had a complicated expression as she watched the torrent of sabers chasing after her. However, when she saw Yi Fei carrying her, this divine lady could not help blushing and feeling ashamed. Lu Qing ordered coldly, "Put me down." "All right. Many thanks for this." Yi Fei also felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was not very familiar with Lu Qing. It was not appropriate for him to carry a girl like this. Furthermore, he had accidentally refined Lu Qing's heavenly desolate pill. Yi Fei quickly let go of Lu Qing and put her down. However, Lu Qing did not stand on the ground. She was already severely injured. Furthermore, she burned her bloodline again. She was still very weak. Now that she suddenly stood alone, her severely overdrawn body weakened. She could not help crying out as she fell to the ground. Yi Fei subconsciously wanted to catch her. However, when he thought of Lu Qing's earlier words, he could only watch as this girl fell to the ground with a loud thud. Lu Qing's rage soared. She suddenly felt an impulse to die together with Yi Fei. Big Black, go and carry her. Naturally, Yi Fei also noticed Lu Qing's weakness. After thinking for a while, he simply let out the dragon tortoise and had Lu Qing sit on its back. "We cannot stay here for long. Lu Qing, do you have a place to go? Or do you want to come with me to Danding City?" Yi Fei asked sullenly. Although the one being chased this time was not Zhao Yu, Yi Fei still felt somewhat worried. Since the Wuji sect could make a move on Lu Qing, they definitely would not let Zhao Yu off. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for him to find out Zhao Yu's whereabouts alone in the starry heavens. Hence, Yi Fei decided to return to Danding City as soon as possible. He hoped to continue investigating Zhao Yu's whereabouts through Old Qian. The Boundless Sect is hunting you down everywhere, as well as everyone related to you. Where else can I go? I'll just go with you. Lu Qing felt that she was very innocent, but her injuries were very serious. At this moment, other than being with Yi Fei, she had no other choice. "All right, then let's hurry back." Yi Fei was a little anxious. The Saber Tomb was not a place to stay for long. Fortunately, there were many starry sky teleportation arrays outside the Saber Tomb. The two of them found the closest one and quickly turned into a beam of starlight, disappearing outside the Saber Tomb. Fei had already returned to Danding City. However, the current Danding City was no longer as lively as before. Although the Heavy Cauldron sect had been destroyed, the Wuji sect was still powerful. The victorious Dan Yuan sect did not seize the opportunity to take control of Danding City. Instead, they began to pack up their belongings and prepare to leave at any time. However, under the suppression of a large number of tyrannosauruses, no one dared to leave casually until Yi Fei returned. Dan Yuanzi, Dan Ling and the others, who had received the news long ago, had been waiting here. When they saw that Yi Fei had not returned alone and that Lu Qing was with him, Dan Ling's expression changed. Her eyes also became gloomy. "Hello, you must be young Master Ye's confidant. You are really lucky. For you, he would rather give up the position at his fingertips and risk everything to save you." Dan Ling walked forward, forcing a smile on her face. Lu Qing's mind was a little muddled. She vaguely felt that something was not quite right, but she could not tell what was wrong. After all, Yi Fei had risked his life to save her in the Saber Tomb. When Lu Qing thought of it now, her heart was still filled with intense shock. Thus, the goddess's expression became even more complicated. Her eyes unconsciously looked at Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei did not have time to explain this to Lu Qing at this moment. The first thing he did when he returned to Danning City was to use his divine consciousness to search for old Qian. Then, Yi Fei's figure flashed and reappeared at Dan Yuanin. Soon, he appeared in old Qian's room. Old Qian had not left yet. At this moment, he was in his room, refining the demigod weapon that Yi Fei had given him. When he saw Yi Fei suddenly appear, old Qian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. "Young Master Yi, you came back so quickly. Could it be that you have already saved your confidant?" Old Qian asked respectfully. "You still have a nerve to say that. Didn't you say that the one being chased was Zhao Yu? But I was inside and saved Lu Qing. What's going on?" Yi Fei's face darkened. If not for old Qian's respectful and sincere attitude, which did not seem like he was deliberately lying to him, he would have hit him. It was really this blunder that caused him to be embarrassed. He was very embarrassed. Old Qian was also stunned. "Young Master Yi, you may have misunderstood. I only heard that the Wuji sect was capturing Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, but I did not know which one was being chased at the Saber Tomb. In the end, before I finished speaking, you rushed over. I had no choice." Yi Fei was speechless. Only then did he realize that he was indeed too excited when he heard that something might have happened to Zhao Yu. He did not listen to old Qian's information and ran to the Saber Tomb. That was why such a misunderstanding had occurred. In fact, this was his own fault. It had nothing to do with old Qian. Yi Fei quickly coughed and changed the topic. "Old Qian, I remember you said that you were a peripheral spy of the Celestial Spirit sect. I wonder if you can find a way to help me find out about Zhao Yu's whereabouts from the Celestial Spirit sect?" Seeing that the Wuji sect had mobilized 5 or 6 quasi-emperor experts to capture Lu Qing, Yi Fei could not help but worry about Zhao Yu even more. As the overlord of the lower path of the starry sky, the Wuji sect was definitely able to find Zhao Yu if they could find Lu Qing. Now, Yi Fei only hoped that he could find Zhao Yu before the Wuji sect did. As a spy, old Qian was best at observing people's expressions. Knowing that Zhao Yu was most likely the person Yi Fei cared about the most, old Qian nodded happily and said, "Young Master Yi, don't worry. Not only did you give me spirit stones, but you also gave me a divine artifact. I, old Qian, will definitely repay you for this kindness. The Celestial Spirit sect also has a branch in Danning City. I will contact the branch's elder." Old Qian took out a telepathic mirror and started to contact the Celestial Spirit sect's branch elder in front of Yi Fei. The other party's angry rebuke was quickly heard from the telepathic mirror. "Old Qian, what are you doing? Who allowed you spies to contact me without permission?" "I allowed it. The Celestial Spirit sect has always been very good at gathering information. I want you to help me find Zhao Yu's specific whereabouts within a day and see if he is being hunted down by the Wuji sect. Can you do it?" Yi Fei took the telepathic mirror and personally negotiated with the branch elder. This also shocked the branch elder. He remained silent for a dozen breaths, as if he was analyzing the content of Yi Fei's words. Then, a hearty laugh came from inside. "So it's young Master Yi. You're right. Our Celestial Spirit sect is best at gathering information, and coincidentally, we have it in our hands. We have a piece of information that is very important to you. I wonder if young Master Yi is interested? Chapter 1667. Sure, I'll give that spirit vein to old Qian. Yi Fei didn't even blink. Since the other party dared to ask for so much, this information must be very important. Most importantly, he could find Zhao Yu through this information. Young Master Yi is indeed straightforward. Then I won't hide it anymore. I just received news that the Demon Crown Prince has personally captured Zhao Yu and invited Zhao Yu back to the Wuji sect. After attending the Wuji sect's old sword god's birthday, the Demon Crown Prince will depart and return to the heavenly demon continent. The heavenly spirit elder said in a deep voice. The heavenly spirit elder said. Then, Yi Fei's sound transmission mirror no longer transmitted sound, but a blurry image. It was a scene of two figures fighting in the starry sky. One of them was a young man wearing a black emperor's robe. His surging demon chi filled the entire starry sky. The other figure was graceful and graceful. Endless ice and fire burned the stars and froze the void. Even without looking, Yi Fei's heart trembled inexplicably when he felt the power of ice and fire. It was indeed Zhao Yu's figure. After not seeing her for a while, Zhao Yu had become stronger and colder. Not only had she broken through to the martial emperor realm, but she also emitted a powerful heavenly Tao aura at any time. Zhao Yu has already cultivated the supreme, unruffled emotions Tao to the limit. She's only one step away from breaking through to the martial emperor realm and completely merging with the heavenly Tao. From then on, she will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill those who oppose her. Who is this Demon Crown Prince? He actually suppressed Zhao Yu with his bare hands. Yi Fei looked at the blurry image in the sound transmission mirror. Yi Fei's heart was filled with shock. The Demon Crown Prince had actually suppressed her the moment he attacked. No matter how strong Zhao Yu was, she couldn't withstand a single move and was captured. As for the next scene, it didn't appear in the sound transmission mirror. Yi Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable rage in his heart. He shouted angrily. Why didn't the next scene appear? The image disappeared, and the heavenly spirit elder's cold voice came from the mirror again. In order to obtain such an image, 7 of our top spies died in succession before we barely managed to break through the Demon Crown Prince's terrifying demon chi. There's nothing more. Yi Fei understood that this was probably the celestial spirit's sex limit. His face was cold, and he did not pursue the matter. After all, Zhao Yu had already been captured by the Demon Crown Prince. His top priority now was to think of a way to rescue Zhao Yu. Did you just say that this person is from the heavenly devil continent? That's right. The Demon Crown Prince is the crown prince of an empire in the heavenly devil continent. He has deep ties with the Wuji sect. You've seen his strength. He's a real half-step monster. He's not any weaker than you. And the most terrifying thing is that he has the support of the everlasting sect and a powerful empire. Him. No one in the starry skies could contend with such strength. Do you still have the confidence to challenge the everlasting sect and the Demon Crown Prince after hearing such news? The heavenly spirit elder's voice grew colder. After hearing the Demon Crown Prince's information, Yi Fei's heart trembled violently. The terror of a half-step monster could be seen from him. I didn't expect that there would be a second half-step monster on this ancient starry skies path. However, since he dared to hurt Zhao Yu, he should be prepared to suffer my wrath. Boom! A shocking battle intent suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body. It then turned into a raging fury, causing the temperature of the entire Danyuan Inn to become extremely hot at this moment. Old Qian, who was also a quasi-emperor, felt that his breathing was about to stop at this moment. He could not stay in this room, and could only quickly leave the inn with the others. Only then was he not affected by Yi Fei's terrifying battle intent. Good. No wonder you're the strongest person on the continent. The Demon Saint's reputation is well-deserved. Since you've already decided, we'll send you an invitation to the Wuji sect. There was a slight fluctuation in the heavenly spirit elder's voice. He did not expect that Yi Fei would dare to jump in knowing that it was a dangerous place. Humph, Aren't you afraid of offending the Wuji sect by doing this? Yi Fei asked coldly. He felt that the Heavenly Spirit sect was being too kind. The Heavenly Spirit elder's voice became cold again. According to the rules of the Heavenly Spirit sect, as long as you can pay the price, we dare to provide you with any information you need. The invitation has been sent. This transaction is over. He did not have the chance to ask Yi Fei any further. An invitation suddenly turned into a stream of light. It broke through the defensive formation of the inn from the void in the distance and entered the room where Yi Fei was. Evidently, the Heavenly Spirit sect was not only mysterious but also abnormally powerful. They did not fear the threat of the Wuji sect. This made Yi Fei's body suddenly erupt with an incomparably blazing demonic golden light. His golden hand firmly grasped the invitation. He opened it and saw that it was the Wuji sect's invitation to the Starry Skies sect. The sect master of the sect, a quasi-emperor, was heading to the Wuji sect to attend the Sword God's birthday banquet. Young Master Yi, what happened here at the inn? Why do you have the Wuji sect's Sword God's invitation in your hands? The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. Dan Yuanzi and the Sky Spear Elder were the first to rush over. Dan Ling, and Lu Qing also flew over from afar. Even the Tyrannosaurus King brought many Tyrannosauruses over. They were so excited that they thought that there were some fish that had escaped the net from the Heavy Cauldron sect. Yi Fei did not say anything. He did not explain anything. His expression was grave as he held the Sword God's invitation very tightly in his hand. He not only saw the names of the Wuji sect's sect master, Qian Sanyuan and Qian Wuji, on this invitation, but he also saw the name of the Demon Crown Prince. What made Yi Fei the most upset was that the Sword God's invitation also had Zhao Yu's name. There were 2 words in front of Zhao Yu's name: Emperor's Concubine. Yi Fei enunciated each and every word clearly. It took all of his strength to utter those 2 words and caused a huge question to rise up in his heart. How did Zhao Yu suddenly become the Empress Concubine? Did some shocking change happen after she forgot about him? Or was there something he did not know about? Empress Concubine? Could it be that Zhao Yu was captured by the Wuji sect? Lu Qing's expression turned grave when he heard the words Empress Concubine. Yi Fei suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Qing. Do you know why Zhao Yu became the Empress Concubine? I'm not sure. However, when the Wuji sect's elders were chasing me, they mentioned that the Demon Crown Prince seemed to think that Zhao Yu was the reincarnation of the Empress Concubine. Therefore, more than 90% of the Wuji sect's experts went to capture Zhao Yu. That was how I managed to escape. Lu Qing was a little bewildered. The reincarnation of the Empress Concubine? Yi Fei's heart shook violently. However, he quickly calmed down. Chapter 1668. The Sword God's birthday is a grand ceremony in the Wuji sect. It's to commemorate the fallen demigod expert of the Wuji sect from the ancient times. It's held once every 100 years, but it hasn't even been 100 years yet. Why would the Wuji sect suddenly hold such a grand event? Dan Yuanzi didn't understand. The Sky Spear Elder snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "What 100th birthday? It's just an excuse for the Infinity Sect to show off. Since the Infinity Sect can attack our Danding City, it's enough to show that the Infinity Sect already has the ambition to dominate the entire ancient road of the stars. The birthday celebration is just an excuse to test the attitude of our sections. That's their real motive." Yi Fei nodded and agreed with the Sky Spear Elder's words. The Sword God's birthday celebration was probably just a cover. The Wuji sect only had 2 motives. First, they wanted to test the reaction of the sects to the Wuji sect's domination of the stars. Second, they wanted to force him to show up. Through Gon Wuji's information, Yi Fei already knew that the Wuji sect was trying to capture him and the people related to him. Their motive was to take back the Wuji sword, the Star Sword embryo. But no matter what, I must go to the Sword God's birthday celebration. Vice Sect Masters, thank you for taking care of me during this time. As for the Sky Desolate Pill you owe me, you can give it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, Tyrannosaurus King, Senior Sky Spear, Senior Dan Yuanzi, Danling goodbye. After knowing that Zhao Yu had been captured by the Wuji sect, Yi Fei didn't want to stay a moment longer. He cupped his hands at everyone and was about to leave for the Wuji sect. Even though Fa Dongxian had destroyed the heavy cauldron sect's teleportation array to the Wuji sect when he escaped, as a city that could compete with the Wuji sect, Pill Tripod City had more than one teleportation array to the Wuji sect. At this moment, Yi Fei planned to use this teleportation array to rush to the Wuji sect to save Zhao Yu. Dan Yuanzi and the Sky Spear Elder were both shocked and horrified. Dan Ling, Er's face turned pale. She hadn't expected Yi Fei to be so crazy. Not only did he drive Gon Wuji away, but he also wanted to go to the Universe Overlord's Wuji city alone. Lu Qin glared at Yi Fei angrily. In the end, he could not help but stop him. Yi Fei, are you crazy? You're challenging an entire sect by yourself. Are you a martial emperor or a martial god? Do you know that you're courting death by doing this? So what if I'm going to die? The Boundless sect captured Zhao Yu because of me. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Besides, I can only watch as Zhao Yu is taken away, unable to do anything. What's the point of cultivating martial arts? What's the point of cultivating the Tao? Even if it were you, I would do the same. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but he still went to the mountains. This was what a man should do. This was the courage a cultivator should have. Even if I can't defeat them, I'll fight until the sky and earth are turned upside down. I'll bleed to the last drop of blood in my body. Then I'll live up to my name. Death isn't scary. Dragging out an ignoble existence is the shame of a cultivator's life. Big Black, let's go. Yi Fei didn't say anything else. He knew that he was being stupid by doing this. However, he didn't want to cower and drag out an ignoble existence. This was definitely not what he wanted. Furthermore, he could not watch his woman fall into the hands of the enemy and remain indifferent. Limitless Sword, this storm started because of you. Let me use you to put an end to it. Yi Fei held the star, sword embryo, tightly in his hand. Under the confused, fearful, and respectful gazes of the crowd, he walked back to the teleportation array. This time, his target was the Wuji sect's headquarters, Wuji City. Wuji City was called a city, but it was actually an ancient planet that contained boundless spirit chi. This place was once the base of the Guardians. Countless young descendants of the Guardians walked out of the ancient planet and entered the Earth Array sect to train. They would transform into new Guardians, and some of them were even stronger. The Guardians spent their entire lives in the universe fighting against powerful and ferocious desolate beasts. They used their lives and the flesh and blood of generations of Guardians to protect a large number of inhabited planets from being ravaged by desolate beasts. But when the ancient glory was gone, when the ancestors of the Wuji sect slaughtered the Guardians of this ancient planet, the entire structure of the ancient path of the stars had undergone a huge change. Countless planets with life were either destroyed by the Wuji sect or occupied by desolate beasts. Apart from a small number of planets with life that were guarded by starry sky sects, the Wuji sect didn't care about the lives of the mortals on the other weaker planets. On the contrary, the alchemists of the Wuji sect were more than happy to turn these mortals into food for the desolate beasts. This way, the stronger the desolate beasts were, the more benefits they could obtain after killing them. The Sword God's birthday celebration every 100 years was a time for the Wuji sect to display their harvest. At this time, a large number of Heaven Desolate pills and Earth Desolate pills would be displayed. All kinds of powerful desolate beast bones, leather armor, and half-divine weapons would be displayed. Of course, the prices for the Starry Sky sects that came to participate in the celebration were extremely expensive. A single Heaven Desolate pill was enough to bankrupt many Earth-tier sub-emperors. Their savings of hundreds or thousands of years would be gone. Of course, there was also a way to obtain Heaven Desolate pills without spending money. That was to participate in the Sword God's test that was held once every 100 years. If one passed the test, they would become a member of the Wuji sect. One of them would obtain Heaven Desolate pills and earth desolate pills and transform into a powerful sub-emperor. Of course, these two methods of obtaining heaven desolate pills were limited to the starry sky sections. As for land cultivators, even if they were as strong as Tion Fa sub-emperor, they wouldn't be able to obtain even half a heaven desolate pill from the Wuji sect, even if they offered up the entire Lu family spirit vein. Under the suppression of the Wuji sect, the land cultivators of the starry sky sect became weaker. On the other hand, the geniuses of the starry sky sects grew stronger and stronger. There were many elders who weren't heaven-tier sub-emperors but had heaven-tier domains. Most of these elders were only super geniuses, but with their powerful domains, they could easily kill the top geniuses of the starry sky sect and dominate the starry sky. Blood Spirit Child was such a person. He had always despised land cultivators, but after seeing how strong Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the others were, he had always hidden a deep fear in his heart. These complicated feelings made Blood Spirit Child feel when he learned that Zhao Yu had been captured. As soon as he arrived, he volunteered to ask Gan Wuji and the Demon Crown Prince for help. Young Master Wuji, Your Highness, the Blood River sect has a blood feud with Yi Fei. I heard that you captured his woman. Please hand her over to me. I will definitely torture her, Blood Spirit Child said viciously. In return, the Demon Crown Prince looked at him coldly. Gan Wuji, control your dog. The Empress Concubine's status is incomparably noble. Anyone who dares to blaspheme her will be an enemy of the Demon Crown Prince. Gan Wuji's expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he slapped Blood Spirit Child, causing him to spit out blood and fall back. Blood Spirit Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Remember, we invited the Empress Concubine back. She has nothing to do with Demon Yi. If you dare to speak nonsense outside, it won't just be you. Then your Blood River sect will be destroyed as well. Oomph. Gan Wuji snorted coldly. He didn't even look at Blood Spirit Child as he hurriedly followed the Demon Crown Prince to the palace not far away. He wanted to greet the Empress Concubine and express the everlasting sect's goodwill. Only Blood Spirit Child was left behind. He covered his swollen face with resentment. Chapter 1669. The geniuses of the starry sky looked at Shui Lingzi strangely as he turned around and left. The Demon Crown Prince didn't turn around, but he could sense Shui Lingzi's emotions. He shook his head coldly and said, That Shui Lingzi is quite talented, Gan Wuji. Now that you've beaten him up, Shui Lingzi will probably break through to the Huangqi layer and find an opportunity to settle accounts with you. Gan Wuji said coldly, He won't have that opportunity. The everlasting sect has already decided to unify the ancient road of the starry sky. Even if Shui Lingzi breaks through to the Huangqi layer, he'll have to swear that he'll be my dog, or he'll have to die. The Demon Crown Prince looked cold. He wasn't interested in the ancient road of the starry sky. He walked into the palace first and looked at a beautiful woman in a palace dress. Princess, are you satisfied with the decorations here? The Demon Crown Prince looked at the carved beams and painted pillars of the palace. This was the best palace in the Wuji sect. It was originally prepared for the Demon Crown Prince, but now he was willing to give it to Zhao Yu. Seeing the appearance of the Demon Crown Prince, Zhao Yu's icy eyes seemed to burn with raging flames at this moment. Her waterfall-like black hair, strands of hair, seemed to burn like flames. However, Zhao Yu did not attack. It was not that she did not want to attack, but that her cultivation and primordial spirit had already been completely controlled by Mo Tai. She had been imprisoned. At that moment, Zhao Yu looked like an ordinary woman. However, even though she looked ordinary, her aura was still as cold as an iceberg and as dangerous as a flame. Demon Crown Prince, I've already said that you're not allowed to call me Empress Concubine. I'm not some Empress Concubine. I'm a martial artist of the Martial Heaven Continent, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. I'm definitely not the reincarnation of the Empress Concubine you speak of. Even though it was just an ordinary look, the palace was filled with cold qi. It was Gan Wuji's first time seeing such a beautiful woman. He had been looking at Zhao Yu's beautiful face, but when he sensed Zhao Yu's sacred aura, Even though he was the young master of the everlasting sect, he felt like he was being suppressed. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he still felt a huge pressure. This sort of pressure had nothing to do with cultivation. It was the innate aura of an emperor. Feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Yu, the demon crown prince's cold face couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. You are the empress concubine. You can deny it now, but very soon you will admit it. Empress concubine, please. The sword god's birthday celebration has already begun. As guests, we cannot be rude. I'm not going. Zhao Yu's expression was cold. Umph. Empress concubine, then forgive this crown prince for being rude. After being repeatedly rejected, the devil crown prince couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. Then, this anger actually formed countless threads of devil chi that instantly wrapped around Zhao Yu. With her cultivation and primordial spirit sealed, Zhao Yu was unable to struggle at all. She could only watch angrily as the black threads took control of her body. Like a marionette, she walked out of the palace and arrived at a huge square in Limitless City. This square was large enough to accommodate millions of people. In the middle of the square was the statue of a tall man. This statue was the former demigod of the Limitless sect. Even though this demigod had died tens of thousands of years ago, the Limitless sect would still celebrate the sword god's 100th birthday celebration. At this moment, all the sects of the lower path of the stars, and even many of the upper and middle paths of the stars, had rushed over to participate in this celebration. However, when the Demon Crown Prince appeared with Zhao Yu and Gan Wuji under his control, on the square, tens of thousands of sect representatives and hundreds of thousands of geniuses from all over the stars looked at the Demon Crown Prince and Zhao Yu walking in the sky with shock and respect in their eyes. What shocked them was that Gan Wuji, the young master of the Limitless sect, was walking at the very back, following the Demon Crown Prince like an attendant. The Demon Crown Prince seemed to be one step behind on purpose to highlight Zhao Yu's position. This made many Starry Sky sect masters very confused. However, Qian Sanyuan and the other higher-ups of the Limitless sect seemed to have known all this. They quickly walked over and knelt on one knee before the Demon Crown Prince and Zhao Yu. Greetings, Demon Crown Prince and Empress. Rise, all of you. My mother is from the Limitless sect. You're all my relatives, not my subjects. The Demon Crown Prince's tone was gentle, which made Qian Sanyuan and the others very satisfied. They made this gesture to tell the other sects present that the Limitless sect had received the support of the Heavenly Devil Continent. This was also the official beginning of the Limitless sect's domination of the ancient path of stars. I'm not the Empress. You're kneeling to the wrong person. Zhao Yu's tone was filled with reluctance and helplessness. Her body was completely controlled by the Demon Crown Prince's threads of demonic chi. Other than speaking, she couldn't even shake her head in denial. However, her words still made many sect masters of the various sects cast doubtful and stunned gazes over. These gazes made the Demon Crown Prince's expression turn ugly, but he didn't say anything. He only glanced coldly at Qian Sanyuan. Qian Sanyuan, who was already prepared, immediately nodded solemnly. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Men, bring those people over." Yes, sect leader. A few elders of the Limitless sect retreated. Soon, each of them grabbed a land cultivator with chaotic aura. They landed on the ground, lined them up, and forced them to kneel on the ground. These were all Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy's heaven-ranked disciples. Like Zhao Yu, they had entered the universe to train. Now, they were all captured and forced to kneel on the ground in humiliation. There was a wooden plaque on their heads, as if they were criminals who were about to be beheaded. Seeing this scene, even Zhao Yu's heart, no matter how calm it was slightly shaken. Her eyes became even colder, but her aura was like a raging fire, burning with anger. Demon Crown Prince, what are you doing? It's very simple. I want you to no longer resist the identity of the Empress concubine. I want you to accept this divine artifact ring as its master. The Demon Crown Prince took out an ancient ring and approached Zhao Yu. That ring immediately released a dazzling black light, as if it was attracted and couldn't wait to recognize Zhao Yu as its master. However, Zhao Yu's consciousness immediately sent out a wave of resistance. The ring that was flying towards her was actually bounced back. At this moment, Zhao Yu's eyes were burning like flames. This is the Emperor's concubine's token, not mine. I will definitely not accept it. The Demon Crown Prince smiled and nodded. His smile suddenly turned cold after Zhao Yu rejected him again. Very good. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Then let them use death to persuade you to change your mind. Kill. Pooh. The elders of the Limitless sect raised their blades and instantly beheaded the dozen or so heaven-ranked disciples. Before Zhao Yu could react, the Demon Crown Prince raised his hand again. Chapter 1670. That bloody scene shook Zhao Yu's heart. It also shook the hearts of all the sects present. The everlasting sect's actions seemed to be forcing Zhao Yu to admit that she was the reincarnation of the Emperor's concubine. But in truth, they were killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The everlasting sect was using the heads of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy's disciples as a warning. His sect, those who followed him would prosper. Those who opposed him would die. At the same time, many of the sect masters could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. The everlasting sect is openly slaughtering the continent's martial artists. It seems they're planning on completely shedding all pretense of cordiality with the martial heaven continent. It's only a matter of time before they do. What I'm afraid of is that the everlasting sect will do what they did to the protectors of the martial heaven continent. They'll forcefully gather us together and make us cannon fodder for the everlasting sect. Some of the sect masters of the Starry Sky sects looked sad. At the same time, they were furious. However, they didn't dare to vent their anger on the everlasting sect. Naturally, they shifted their anger to the continent's martial artists. Those damn continent's martial artists. If they hadn't caused so much trouble in the Starry Sky, the everlasting sect wouldn't have forced us to become cannon fodder for them. Lowly commoners are lowly commoners. Didn't the martial heaven continent produce so many peerless geniuses? Di Fan, the army of destruction, Shui Yu, and Yi Fei. What are they doing? Why haven't the everlasting sect shown themselves? Some of the sect masters of the Starry Sky sects were unwilling to give up. Instead of becoming cannon fodder for the Wuji sect, they hoped that the Wuji sect would suffer the same fate as the Blood River sect and the Scorching Sun sect. After all, the other sects would only have a chance if these overlords fell. They would replace them. Seeing so many of the continent's martial artists being slaughtered, the sect masters were disappointed that the Devil Yi Fei and the innate Saint Di Fan hadn't appeared. But at the same time, they were also furious. They cursed inwardly. Don't count on those peerless geniuses. The everlasting sect's strength isn't something the Blood River sect or the Scorching Sun sect can compare to. This is a hegemon sect that once gave birth to a demigod, let alone slaughtering the continent's cultivators. Even if they attacked the Tianwu continent, those so-called peerless geniuses would probably be like dogs. Instead, he fled, especially the Yi Fei. His own woman was captured, yet he still forced so many people to reprimand him. Where's that demon kingy now? Aren't you still hiding like a coward, not daring to show your face? Sigh, it seems the martial heaven continent has completely declined. No matter how many peerless geniuses they have, they've long since lost their ancient glory. Bullshit peerless geniuses. They're just a bunch of cowardly good-for-nothings. Especially the Yi Fei. To think that I had high hopes for him. In the end, he's just a cowardly good-for-nothing. Boom. Before the sect masters could finish cursing in secret, the entire Boundless sect's defensive formation suddenly trembled violently. It began to tremble. The Boundless City was different from Pill Cauldron City. The entire Boundless City was enveloped by a huge defensive formation. At this time, this formation was completely activated. Clearly, the Boundless sect's higher-ups had also realized that their wanton slaughter of the continent's martial practitioners would attract some people to cause trouble. That was why Qian Sanyuan had ordered people to activate the defensive formation while they were killing. That way, they wouldn't disturb this slaughter. At the same time, there were many disciples and elders of the Boundless sect guarding the Boundless City. However, Qian Sanyuan hadn't expected that even so, there would still be people who dared to cause trouble during the Sword God's birthday celebration. Qian Sanyuan was infuriated. What's going on? Didn't I order that no continent's martial practitioners are allowed to take half a step into the Boundless City during the Sword God's birthday celebration? What are the disciples and elders outside doing? Boom. No one answered Qian Sanyuan's question. All their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at a purple-gold demon-like figure outside the Boundless City. He raised his star-like black sword and crazily smashed the Boundless City's defensive formation again and again. Countless disciples and elders of the Boundless sect surrounded this demon-like youth. They were like ants as they crazily attacked the youth. All sorts of martial lights shattered the starry sky and shook the heavens and earth. However, what was shocking was that none of these attacks had any effect. Behind the young man who looked like a war demon, 8 terrifying heavenly dragons were roaring. They opened their mouths at the same time and spat out terrifying beams of light filled with despair. Every time a beam of light landed, an elder or disciple of the everlasting sect would explode. They would turn into a bloody mist. Yi Fei. Qin Wuji recognized the 8 heavenly dragons at a glance. He had once been defeated by this heavenly venerate cultivation technique. It was his humiliation and anger. What? Yi Fei. He's Yi Fei, the bastard from the Azura Saint Palace who holds the boundless sword of our sect. Qian Sanyuan was enraged. When he saw the dazzling black sword in Yi Fei's hand, a surge of anger surged from his body and turned into a sword. It seemed like it would tear the heavens apart. It's him. It's him. He's Yi Fei. He's the demon. Demon. Bastard. How dare you come to the Wuji sect all by yourself? Don't waste your breath on him. Kill this bastard and take back the boundless sword. We must wash away the humiliation of the sword god. Kill. The group of grand elders was even more furious than Qian Sanyuan. They were all very old, and some of them had lived for thousands of years. They were the grand disciples of the sword god, or the direct descendants of the sword god. Therefore, they hated Yi Fei and the Azura Saint Palace even more. Moreover, Yi Fei had come to the Boundless sect alone. This was a public slap to the Boundless sect's face. This was a provocation that the elders and disciples of the Boundless sect couldn't tolerate. When they saw that the ordinary disciples and elders couldn't stop Yi Fei from destroying the defensive array, 5 Sky-tier quasi-emperors roared furiously. They tore apart the defensive array and rushed out, ready to join forces and kill Yi Fei. This was the effect that Yi Fei wanted. It was very difficult to break the defensive array of the Boundless City from the outside. After all, this was the most majestic city built by the martial gods and martial emperors in the ancient era. However, if the people in the city took the initiative to come out, the defensive array would create a gap. This gap was the key for him to break the array. Boundless sect, didn't you want this star sword embryo? I'll return it to you now. At the same time, I'll also give you a birthday gift. Kill. Great Void Step, 8 extreme heavenly dragon. Yi Fei's battle intent was boiling. Just as the few heaven-grade quasi-emperors rushed out, he had already executed the greater void steps and appeared in front of the 5 of them. Then, a terrifying heavenly dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, causing the stars to fall. The enraged heavenly dragons coiled around, forming 8 gates that looked like 8 different worlds. Almost simultaneously, they struck the 5 heaven-grade quasi-emperors and the gap in the formation that they had rushed out from. Everyone could only hear 8 loud dragon roars that sounded like they were splitting the world apart. Chapter 1671. Oh my God, this is impossible. How could he destroy the Wuji city's defenses and the Wuji sect's mountain gate all by himself? It's not just a mountain gate. Didn't you see how Yi Fei killed the 5 heaven-grade quasi-emperors in a single move? Those who could attend the sword god's birthday banquet were either the sect masters of their respective sects or the geniuses of their respective sections. Just a moment ago, many of them had vented their anger on Yi Fei and cursed Yi Fei for being a coward who didn't even dare to save his own woman. However, when they saw Yi Fei appear with their own eyes and saw the 5 great heaven-grade quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect get killed by Yi Fei in a single move and destroyed the mountain gate of the Wuji sect with absolute power, these people's hearts were filled with deep fear. Qian Sanyuan, Qian Wuji, and the other higher-ups of the Wuji sect were furious. One had to know that this birthday banquet was the best opportunity to force these sects to side with them. Originally, the Wuji sect had already used their absolute strength to intimidate these sects into not daring to resist. However, Yi Fei's act of destroying the Wuji sect's mountain gate single-handedly was undoubtedly a slap to the Wuji sect's face. However, Yi Fei felt that this slap wasn't painful enough and wasn't vicious enough. When he saw that Zhao Yu was being controlled by the crown prince like a marionette, Yi Fei felt as if a volcano was about to erupt. Wuji sect, didn't you want to capture my woman and my Wuji sword? I'll fulfill your wish. Kill. Sword Dao godlike. Yi Fei roared, and the dragon in the sky disappeared. Suddenly, a majestic sword light appeared on his body and tore through the void and shook the starry sky. Finally, the sword light gathered to form a terrifying river of swords that crossed the starry sky and slashed towards the center of the huge square where the Wuji sword god was. The statue of the... Everyone heard a loud boom. The sword god's head made of gold was suddenly sliced apart by Yi Fei's sword Dao godlike sword. It shattered and fell from the sky. However, before the sword god's head really fell, Yi Fei used void steps again and suddenly appeared in front of the huge head. In front of him, his leg was like a divine dragon as he gave a powerful kick. Bang! The broken head of the sword god suddenly turned into a golden star. It whistled through the air and smashed towards Qian Wuji and Qian Sanyuan. Yi Fei, you're courting death. Qian Sanyuan was enraged. He hadn't expected that Yi Fei would not only destroy the everlasting sect's mountain gate due to his carelessness, but also cut off the sword god's golden body's head in front of countless people. Qian Sanyuan didn't even care that it was the head of the sword god. He roared, and a terrifying sword light appeared on his body. This sword light could cut through the starry sky and instantly destroy the head. Then, it slashed towards Yi Fei. At this moment, Qian Wuji wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fei to pieces and wash away the humiliation of being defeated by Yi Fei. Sword Qi covered an area of tens of thousands of meters around him. Then his sword domain, massacre domain, and god domain all exploded at the same time. They formed 3 terrifying domain swords that wanted to kill Yi Fei instantly. Kill. How dare you destroy the statue of the sword god? This is an unforgivable insult to the everlasting sect. Bastard, demon, you bunch of idiots from the Azure Saint Palace. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the everlasting sect can only die. Not only will he die, but everyone related to him will also die. The sight of Yi Fei destroying the statue of the sword god in front of everyone had undoubtedly infuriated all the elders and disciples of the everlasting sect. Many of the sect leaders of the Starry Sky sects and the Starry Sky geniuses who had come to participate in the birthday celebration felt their hearts tremble. He's crazy. This Yi Fei is really crazy. Everyone knows that the sword god is the spiritual symbol of the everlasting sect. The entire everlasting sect won't let him off the hook for destroying the statue. He's still too young and impulsive. He doesn't know how to endure humiliation and drag out an ignoble existence. He's just an ignorant fool. There are many women in the world. If I had his talent, I wouldn't even care if my wife and daughter were humiliated or my entire family was killed. I would cultivate diligently and wait until I became a martial emperor or a martial god. It wouldn't be too late for me to take revenge then. What a pity. Demon Yi is so outstanding, but in the end, it's all for naught. What do you mean by getting angry over a woman? How stupid and ridiculous. Many geniuses of the Starry Sky sect shook their heads. Facing the siege of hundreds of heaven realm quasi-emperors, thousands of quasi-emperor elders, and hundreds of thousands of disciples, even if Yi Fei was 10 times stronger, he was doomed to die. When she saw Yi Fei being surrounded by countless heaven-grade quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect, Zhao Yu's heart stirred up countless waves of emotions. Why? Why are you so stupid? I've forgotten about you time and time again. I've hurt you time and time again. Why did you still come to save me? Why did you take such a risk? Zhao Yu's voice was hoarse. Drops of icy tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing Zhao Yu's tears, Yi Fei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He roared furiously and pushed the battle demon Dao to the limit. He fought madly, and blood dyed the sky red. Countless Tian boundary emperors, Qian Sanyuan, and Qian Wuji were charging at him. Boundless martial light completely covered Yi Fei's figure and blocked his vision. He could no longer see Zhao Yu's figure. However, Yi Fei's eyes became unprecedentedly gentle. He seemed to have gone mad, but his voice was unprecedentedly firm. You've forgotten about me time and time again. I'll make you remember me time and time again. Think of our past. Think of our happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Last time I lost you. This time, I will not allow myself to lose you again. Either I take you away, or I die in battle here. I want to kill, I want to fight. 8 extreme heavenly dragons kill. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying dragon roars shook heaven and earth. Yi Fei was covered in blood. It was hard to tell if it was his blood or the blood of his enemies. Under the encirclement of hundreds of Tian boundary emperors, he continued to advance. Everywhere he went, corpses littered the ground. It was a shocking path of blood. The 8 heavenly dragons were like 8 heavenly dragon divine swords. Lightning, ice, raging fire, azure dragon, blood demon. 5 different domains, 5 powerful heaven-level domains, became Yi Fei's greatest support. With such a domain, no heaven-level quasi-emperor dared to get close to him. Gan Wuji couldn't help but show a look of fear on his face. He actually has 5 Tian boundary domains. He's actually a half-step demonic genius. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qian Wuji's heart shook. Qian Sanyuan and the hundreds of everlasting sects Tian boundary elders were also shocked. The great era hasn't even begun yet, but a half-step demonic genius has already appeared in the Tianwu continent. He's already invincible under the martial emperor realm. Invincible? With just him? Emperor's concubine, if I'm not wrong. This person should be the last flaw in your heart. Wait a moment. I'll kill him and eliminate the last hidden danger by your side. Chapter 1672. Boom! Following the Demon Crown Prince's attack, the entire sky turned into a world of demonic chi. It was as if the demon god had walked out of hell. The demonic chi alone had formed a terrifying net of demonic chi that was about to envelop Yi Fei. The Demon Crown Prince's attack instantly boosted the confidence of Qian Wuji and the others. Kill. With the Demon Crown Prince, and so many of us here. Even if Yi Fei is a monster, he must die here today. Qian Sunyuan's sword light whistled. Behind him was a terrifying divine sword that was bigger than a mountain. He then raised the divine sword, and the whistling sword light shattered the sky and shattered Yi Fei's 3 ordinary dragons. Boom! Kill! Seeing that their sect leader had made a move, the confidence of the surrounding heavenly quasi-emperors was boosted once again. They joined forces, and the surging aura shook the starry sky, causing the entire Wuji city to tremble. At this moment, many sect leaders of the various sects in the starry sky turned pale. Countless geniuses in the starry sky were trembling violently. At this moment, Yi Fei's heart was filled with boundless danger and fear. After all, he was only one person. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't face the attacks of hundreds of sub-emperors at the same time. Retreating at this moment was a wise choice. However, through the gaps of the crowd, Yi Fei saw the icy tears rolling down Zhao Yu's cheeks. Flames of anger burned in his heart. Then, These flames turned into terrifying blood flames. Bloodline godly armor. Yi Fei finally stopped holding back. His anger caused the demonic blood in his body to boil thoroughly at this moment. Roar! The level 8 sky dragon attacked again. Behind Yi Fei, 8 terrifying worlds appeared. Then, these 8 worlds rotated and formed 8 terrifying pillars of light that shot towards the Demon Crown Prince. Even someone as strong as the Demon Crown Prince's expression turned extremely serious at this moment. Who would have thought that there would be a genius like you in the starry sky? Unfortunately, you shouldn't have gone against me. You shouldn't have had a relationship with the Empress and run he. Therefore, you must die. Boom, boom. The demonic energy on the Demon Crown Prince's body boiled, causing 5 terrifying dark worlds to appear behind him. Upon closer inspection, those were 5 powerful heaven domains. Like Yi Fei, the Demon Crown Prince was also a half-step monster. In terms of aura, he was even stronger than Yi Fei. Fall of the 5 Realms. The Demon Crown Prince's expression was solemn. Fall of the 5 Realms. 8 heavenly dragons. Yi Fei fought to the point of madness. He was like a war demon burning with bloody flames. Every move he made had the power to tear apart heaven and earth. The 8 heavenly dragons clashed with the Demon Crown Prince's 5 realms oblivion in an instant, resulting in a shocking explosion. The sky that Yi Fei stood in instantly caved in like a funnel under the pressure of the 5 worlds, forming a terrifying black hole vortex. That black hole was like a giant demonic beast, opening its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Yi Fei into some bloody and terrifying world. Fury of the Azure Dragon. At the same time, Yi Fei's body started to change. He was wearing the Xuanwu armor. He had the Azure Dragon in his left hand, the White Tiger in his right, and the vermilion bird wings on his back. He burst out with a ball of fire and forcibly brought Yi Fei out of the funnel-shaped whirlpool. This is our chance. Kill him. On the other side, the Demon Crown Prince also started to transform. His body suddenly expanded, and he turned from a human into a terrifying demon god. The demon god stood on 3 legs. He held a black sun in his hands. The huge black sun lifted the sky. The space around it started to twist and change shape. It also blocked the heavenly dragon's attack. Qian Sanyuan, who was already prepared, immediately led Qian Wuji and the other heavenly domain elders forward. The whistling martial Dao light was like a meteor that completely drowned Yi Fei, who was rushing out of the black hole. At this moment, the world suddenly turned icy cold. Suddenly, this extreme cold turned into a blazing fire. When she saw the scene of Yi Fei being drowned by the martial Dao light, Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly became as hot as fire. This kind of heat allowed her to gradually break free from the Demon Crown Prince's seal. Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly became even colder than ice, but there was a raging fire burning on her body. In the end, these raging flames suddenly transformed into whistling divine phoenix flames that burned the starry sky and destroyed everything in its path. World-destroying phoenix blood. Zhao Yu exploded with her strongest attack. 2 lines of tears rolled down her eyes. She looked in the direction where Yi Fei was drowned in light. If you die, I won't live alone. Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Even if I die, I will take you away. Zhao Yu, come with me. Suddenly, a voice entered Zhao Yu's ears. Yi Fei naturally knew that even if he was half a step away from becoming a demon, even if he had the bloodline divine armor, he definitely wouldn't be able to block the attacks of hundreds of quasi-emperors and the Demon Crown Prince. Therefore, before these attacks arrived, he decisively tore open the void and used the Great Void Step. He suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Yu. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to break free from Zhao Yu's seal. When he saw Zhao Yu break free of the seal, Yi Fei couldn't help but hesitate. However, he still reached out his hand to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate. She took the initiative to grab Yi Fei's hand again. Her face was streaked with tears, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. It was like a ray of sunlight that illuminated the entire starry sky. All right, come with me. Wherever you go, I'll go. Zhao Yu's face flushed red. She didn't expect that one day she would say such bold words. When their eyes met, the two of them felt their hearts tremble violently. Damn it, you really do know the Shang clan's void technique. Yi Fei, why aren't you letting go of the Empress? A lowly commoner like you isn't worthy of her. You're even less worthy of holding her hand. The joint attack of hundreds of quasi-emperors was actually easily dodged by Yi Fei. The Demon Crown Prince was instantly enraged like never before. This was the fury of the demon god. It made the heavens and earth tremble. Then, the Demon Crown Prince charged towards Zhao Yu's figure in a rage. Zhao Yu didn't see the Demon Crown Prince in her eyes. She only stared intently at Yi Fei's eyes. Their foreheads gradually drew closer and closer. Then, they leaned tightly against each other and stared at each other. Why are you so stupid? You know that you have no way of surviving alone. Tears appeared in Zhao Yu's eyes. Chapter 1673. Boom! The howling black sun shattered heaven and earth, forming a terrifying black hole. However, Yi Fei stood in the center of the black hole like a burning sword mountain, unbreakable and blocking Zhao Yu behind him, not letting her get hurt at all. Kill anyone who blocks me. Boundless quintessence erupted like a tsunami. Yi Fei formed the heavenly dragon and unleashed his strongest attack. When the Demon Crown Prince approached, his 5 heavenly domains, along with the Azure Dragon, Fire Dragon, Lightning Dragon, Ice Dragon, and the final Blood Dragon, all exploded. Heavenly Dragon domains exploded. This was Yi Fei's greatest killing move, a move that he used to trade his life for. He rarely did anything rash. Even if he did, he would definitely prepare beforehand. The Heavenly Dragon domains exploded, which was the greatest surprise that Yi Fei had prepared for the Demon Crown Prince. This scene completely exceeded the Demon Crown Prince's expectations. After all, domains were a cultivator's combat prowess. Destroying one's own domain was equivalent to damaging one's own combat prowess. Under normal circumstances, very few quasi-emperors would be willing to self-destruct their domains, even in a life-and-death situation. It was precisely because of this that the Demon Crown Prince suffered greatly. Alas, in a hurry, the Demon Crown Prince could only gather his 5 dark realms and activate the 5 realms fall again, hoping to block Yi Fei's final attack. Qian Sanyuan also led the many heavenly Dao quasi-emperors in all directions, forming an inescapable net and sealing the void. They did not give Yi Fei any chance to escape. However, Yi Fei's crazy self-destructing domains frightened them. None of the heavenly Dao quasi-emperors dared to get close to where the two were fighting. This was no longer a battle between quasi-emperors, but the first demon-level battle on the ancient road of stars after several tens of thousands of years. When the cold and arrogant Qian Wuji saw the terrifying might that Yi Fei exploded with, he could not help but feel dejected, defeated, and unwilling. Just as Qian Wuji and the many starry heavens geniuses looked on in disbelief, shock, and jealousy, a cold smile suddenly flashed on Yi Fei's face. 5 realms fall. A very good, immemorial heavenly art. Unfortunately, I do not only have 5 domains. Taiji domain, explode for me. Boom! When no one expected this, a 6th domain appeared on Yi Fei's body, which was also the final Taiji domain. Even though this domain was only at the Earth level, in this pure domain battle, let alone an Earth level, even a King-level domain was enough to crush the Demon Crown Prince. This was the last straw. Puff! The Devil Crown Prince's blood dyed the sky. No matter how strong the 5 Realms Oblivion was, it was still unable to withstand the impact of Yi Fei's 6 domains exploding at the same time. The Devil Crown Prince spat out mouthfuls of blood as he continuously retreated. He wanted to escape from this terrifying domain vortex. Yi Fei suddenly roared like a war demon, like an Azura in a bloody battle. Inside his body, every piece of flesh and every cell shone brightly. Inside his soul, the gods let out furious roars. At this moment, the undying sword soul was completely awakened. The sword's spirit burned, suddenly forming a destructive sword flame, completely igniting the limitless sword in his hand. Then, the limitless sword was raised by Yi Fei with one hand and slashed towards the sky, also slashing at the Demon Crown Prince's retreating body. Ah! The Demon Crown Prince let out a painful scream. He never dreamed that as a half-step demon, not only would he lose to Yi Fei in terms of domain, but he would also lose to Yi Fei in terms of martial arts. The most terrifying thing was that Yi Fei had used some unknown method to activate the limitless sword, causing this divine artifact, Sword Embryo, to erupt with the supreme power hidden in the Sword Embryo at this moment. When this power was activated by the undying Sword Soul, it was completely released. Under everyone's gaze, the Demon Crown Prince's powerful demon god body was suddenly blown apart, blown into pieces, and blasted into a mess of flesh and blood. But soon, the exploded flesh and blood gathered from all directions, forming a new body of the Demon Crown Prince. Yi Fei, this Crown Prince swears that I will kill you. Only by killing you can I wash away my humiliation. The Demon Crown Prince was actually defeated by a lowly commoner from a declining continent, and almost crushed in the same realm. The Demon Crown Prince couldn't tolerate this at all. The moment he used his demonic technique to reform his body, the Demon Crown Prince let out a furious roar. Demonic chi boiled on his body again, and he was about to reform his domain and fight Yi Fei to the end. Seeing this, Yi Fei only sneered. What bullshit, Crown Prince? It was you who captured Zhao Yu. It was you who wanted to force Zhao Yu to be the Empress concubine. You dare to touch my woman? Demon Crown Prince, you don't need to be the Crown Prince anymore. Just be a dead man. Sword of Truth. Yi Fei roared again, and a golden vortex suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. That was his mental nebula. Then, a majestic mental energy formed a huge golden divine sword from Yi Fei's mind. It tore through the starry sky, pierced through the Demon Crown Prince's body, and slashed at the Demon Crown Prince's soul origin. You actually have the spirit sea of a sorcerer. The Demon Crown Prince's face turned green. Others didn't know what the vortex between Yi Fei's eyebrows meant, but he, who came from the heavenly devil continent, knew that it was the symbol of a sorcerer. It was the mysterious and powerful spirit sea of the sorcerer tribe. A human warrior had actually cultivated a spirit sea and embarked on the path of a sorcerer. This was definitely a shocking matter. However, the Demon Crown Prince was still a half-step demon. While he was shocked, his entire soul suddenly released a layer of strange mental energy ripples. This ripple instantly took shape. It became a strange divine armor that protected his entire soul. Heart Demon Divine Armor. The Demon Crown Prince roared. Against mental attacks, warriors had thought of many ways to deal with them. For example, Ganwuji had once used the spiritual armor, which was a weaker version of the Heart Demon armor. Yi Fei had already prepared for this. I don't believe that you can block my sorcerer's mental energy attack just because you summoned your Heart Demon. Kill. Continuous true swords. Yi Fei's eyes widened. As his mental nebula exploded, his eyes and hair turned the color of gold. The vast mental energy was like an abyss, like an ocean, like a mountain, like a waterfall. The boiling spirit sea enveloped the entire Wuji city. This was the first time Yi Fei had completely released his mental energy. Finally, when this energy was completely released, Yi Fei's skin turned the color of gold. At this moment, it was as if Yi Fei had returned to Shang Jiu's memories. He had transformed into a golden shaman who was madly seeking revenge. Every move he made could summon the power of heaven and earth. A single glance from him was a terrifying golden sword light. 1, 10, 20, 30. Boom! When 30 consecutive corporeal swords pierced through the Demon Crown Prince's body and slashed at his soul, Yi Fei's corporeal swords instantly obliterated the Demon Crown Prince's Heart Demon Divine Armor. Even though he was a half-step demon and had used a secret technique to summon his Heart Demon to defend himself. The excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart made the demon-crowned prince howl like a madman. Then, another terrifying black sword light tore through the void and smashed down on the demon-crowned prince's body. Chapter 1674. No one would have thought that the demon-crowned prince from the heavenly devil continent, a half-step demonic genius, would lose so miserably in front of Yi Fei. Especially when Yi Fei and the demon-crowned prince's attacks. It wasn't something that a quasi-emperor could possess. It was an attack that was infinitely close to a martial emperor. Because no heaven quasi-emperors could interfere. If they did, they would be completely destroyed by the terrifying power of both sides. Everyone could only watch as Yi Fei slashed the demon-crowned prince's body into two halves. This scene shocked everyone. Qian Sanyuan and Qian Wuji's expressions changed drastically. But before they could do anything, Qian Wuji and Qian Sanyuan were shocked. It was a loud bang. With the demon-crowned prince as the center, a terrifying explosion occurred in the limitless city. Yi Fei's face also showed shock for the first time. He didn't expect the demon-crowned prince to be even more ruthless than him. He only self-destructed his domain, but the demon-crowned prince self-destructed his entire body. The self-destruction of a half-step demonic genius was extremely terrifying. When the explosion occurred, even with the defense of a quasi-god weapon, Yi Fei couldn't help but vomit blood and retreat. He suffered heavy injuries. He quickly retreated and tried to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, at the center of the explosion, the shattered flesh of the demon prince suddenly gathered from all directions, forming a new body. However, the continuous reconstruction of the flesh had greatly weakened the demon prince's vitality. Even his aura of a half-demon was significantly weakened. This was definitely the worst and most humiliating defeat the demon-crowned prince had suffered since he stepped into the universe. The intense humiliation made him go crazy. The instant his body was reconstructed, a blood pill that emitted boundless blood chi appeared in the demon-crowned prince's hand. Boom! The demon-crowned prince's body suddenly exploded with a blood chi that was even more terrifying than the demon chi. Frenzy demon pill, go berserk for me and help me reach the peak. Roar! The demon-crowned prince roared. Relying on the frenzy demon pill's powerful medicinal energy, not only did he recover from all his injuries in an instant, but 5 dark worlds also appeared behind him. At this moment, the demon-crowned prince actually recovered his domain. On the other hand, not only had Yi Fei been severely injured by the demon-crowned prince's self-detonation, but he had also been severely injured. What made Yi Fei depressed was that his domain had exploded before the devil-crowned prince's. He also didn't have the devil-crowned prince's berserk demon pill that could instantly restore his domain. In an instant, the strength of this battle had been completely reversed. Fall of the 5 realms. Yi Fei, this crowned prince will take your life. Devil-crowned prince's eyes were filled with madness. His 5 domains were like 5 dark stars. It whistled through the air and smashed toward Yi Fei. At the same time, a shocking blood-red light burst out from Yi Fei's body. The bloodline godly armor was burning to its limit. The undying sword soul also released a large amount of undying energy into his body. Yi Fei's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes were filled with a soaring, fighting spirit. The unbounded sword in his hand was shining brightly with starlight. Boom! In the end, Yi Fei raised the unbounded sword and clashed with the devil-crowned prince's terrifying 5 domains. One of the dark domains was shattered by Yi Fei, turning into a dark light. However, the remaining 4 dark domains were like 4 huge black stars, continuously smashing toward Yi Fei. They smashed onto Yi Fei's body. This kind of power was enough to destroy a star. The crazy devil-crowned prince was confident that this attack could destroy half of the limitless city if he wanted to. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's bloodline godly armor was too powerful. This was a supreme technique that the burning blood martial emperor had specially created for the younger generation. It was a martial emperor's ultimate technique that could be fully unleashed if one wasn't a martial emperor. Although the Devil Crown Prince's Fall of the Five Realms was very terrifying, in the end, his attack was only unlimited. He had not reached the martial Emperor realm yet. Yifei also grasped this point. Golden light erupted from his body, and terrifying mental energy fluctuations shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone only saw a terrifying starlight, sword light, shatter the fall of the five realms at this moment. It once again attacked the Devil Crown Prince with incomparable strength. Damn it! Attack! Attack together! Kill him! Tear him into pieces! Ah! The Devil Crown Prince was both furious and afraid. He couldn't believe that even after using the demonic frenzy pill, he still couldn't break Yifei's terrifying godly armor formed by the blood flames. Intense anger and jealousy made the Devil Crown Prince no longer dare to fight Yifei alone. Instead, he unwillingly retreated, quickly retreating to Qian Sunyuan's side. Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill him. If Demon Yi doesn't die, my limitless sect will never have a day of peace. Qian Sanyuan was also furious. Yifei's strength made all the quasi-emperors of the limitless sect tremble with fear. Qian Wuji could no longer tolerate Yifei's existence. All the quasi-emperors of the limitless sect could no longer tolerate Yifei's destruction of the limitless sect. At the same time that the Devil Crown Prince retreated, hundreds of quasi-emperors simultaneously released boundless killing intent. Boundless martial Dao light suddenly descended, preparing to completely surround and kill Yifei. Careful! Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu's heart trembled. Then, she suddenly charged out from behind Yifei and stood next to Yifei. Since we are destined to die in this battle, then let us die together. After saying this, Zhao Yu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yifei. Empress, Yifei, you're courting death. This crown prince will exterminate your entire family. Everyone stop. No one is allowed to harm the empress. The Devil Crown Prince was so angry that his eyes were spewing terrifying demonic flames. Yifei's face was filled with shock and disbelief at Zhao Yu's shocking actions. However, he soon felt that Zhao Yu's kiss was unusual. This was because when Zhao Yu kissed him, a shocking power flowed from Zhao Yu's body through her lips and into Yifei's body. Boom! At this moment, Yifei's flesh and blood were rumbling. His boiling blood turned into a long dragon, causing the entire limitless city to be dyed a purple-gold color. Then, a terrifying dragon's roar erupted from Yifei's body. Blood dragon, ice dragon, fire dragon, lightning dragon, azure dragon. The heavenly dragon and domain that had been destroyed by the self-destruction suddenly reformed. Even the broken Taiji sword diagram and the incomplete yin-yang fish on it seemed to have come alive. Yifei looked at Zhao Yu in shock. Although Zhao Yu's aura was weak, a bright smile could be seen on his face as he said, "The most high indifference. Once there's a flaw, you can take all of my true vitality and potential and use it to increase your strength and restore your potential." Seeing that smile that he had never seen before, the Devil Crown Prince was so angry that his eyes turned completely black. Kill him for me. Even if I hurt the Empress, this Crown Prince will definitely kill this lowly commoner. The Devil Crown Prince was completely crazy. He was originally hesitating whether he should risk hurting Zhao Yu to kill Yifei. However, when he saw Zhao Yu's kiss and smile, the Devil Crown Prince was so angry that his entire body burned with demonic flames. He was so angry that he was about to enter a demonic state. He couldn't care less about doing so. Chapter 1675. Kill. Qian Sanyuan and Qian Wuji couldn't wait to kill Yifei, but they didn't dare to do so because of the Demon Crown Prince. The hundreds of quasi-emperors didn't hesitate anymore. They roared. Hundreds of terrifying martial Dao lights formed a dazzling meteor, shattering the starry sky and shaking the entire Wuji city. At this moment, it was unknown how many people were trembling in fear on this grand battlefield. However, there were also people whose blood was boiling and their fighting spirit was soaring. The Demon Crown Prince is only SOSO. If you want to fight, I'll fight. 8. Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Yi Fei's battle intent was boiling like a torch, like a burning star. The bloodline godly armor once again burst out with a terrifying blood-red light, blocking the martial path light that filled the sky. He forcefully charged into the crowd. Demon Yi Dai, a quasi-emperor from the Wuji sect, was the first to approach Yi Fei. He unleashed all his power and slashed out a beam of sword light, wanting to kill Yi Fei. However, at this moment, a beam of sword light that was even brighter than his lit up the sky and pierced his throat. Godlike sword Dao, Yi Fei's hair fluttered in the wind as he held on a Zhaoyu with one hand and ignited his bloodline with the other. He activated the starlight of the Wuji sword. Sword Qi whistled through the air like a river of swords, instantly killing the quasi-emperors. Yi Fei Dai. Qian Wuji's face was filled with rage as he charged over from afar. His slaughter domain, god domain, and sword domain all turned into boundless sword light that tore apart Yi Fei's river of swords. Yi Fei only laughed in response. What courage does a defeated general have to speak of? Take my move, 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Behind Yi Fei, the dragons roared furiously, releasing a terrifying dragon roar that sounded like the beginning of the world. Just this dragon roar alone made the many quasi-emperors near vomit blood and move back in sorry states. Despair and fear flashed across Qian Wuji's face. He was filled with fear. He's too strong. Even with so many quasi-emperors working together, we don't dare to kill him with Zhaoyu by his side. Damn it! Qian Wuji roared like an injured beast. He was the number 1 on the stars ranking, but he didn't even have the courage to fight with Yi Fei. Under the shocked gazes of countless starry sky geniuses, Qian Wuji ran away again, leaving a dozen quasi-emperors behind. They were instantly killed by Yi Fei's 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon. Then, he stopped chasing after Qian Wuji. Yes, Yi Fei. Instead, the 8 Heavenly Dragons' Heavenly Dragon. Their mouths, 8 golden rays of the Heavenly Dragon. He had thought. He thought. Tease he thought. He thought. Tease. Thought. S-tis thought t. He thought. S. T-t-t-t-t-s. Yi Fei didn't even need to use his divine sense. He directly slammed into the space behind him. Boom! The space was completely shattered by the 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon, revealing the Demon Crown Prince's angry figure. He roared, Qian Wuji, you useless piece of shit. Why didn't you hold him back and buy time for me? The Demon Crown Prince raged. If Qian Wuji could hold Yi Fei back, he would have been able to snatch Zhaoyu from Yi Fei's hands. Without Zhaoyu, the quasi-emperors of the Boundless Sect would have been able to attack Yi Fei. Unfortunately, the Demon Crown Prince's plan still failed under Xiao Cao's spiritual qi. This also made the Demon Crown Prince so angry that he vomited blood. However, under the attack of the 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon, he could only retreat in a sorry state and quickly avoid the dragon's attack. Demon Crown Prince die. Yi Fei didn't want to let him go. He could tell that the Demon Crown Prince had a special position in the Boundless Sect. If he could capture him, he and Zhaoyu might have a chance to escape. Die. Domain Sword. Qian Sunyuan's cold voice suddenly sounded from Yi Fei's side. He had been holding back and hadn't attacked yet. This time, he finally found an opening when Yi Fei was facing Qian Wuji and the Demon Crown Prince. The Domain Sword whistled through the air, not caring about Zhaoyu's life. It enveloped her and Yi Fei. Old dog, you dare. Yi Fei was infuriated. At this moment, he could only give up on chasing after the Demon Crown Prince and protect Zhaoyu behind him. Then, a bloody light erupted from his body as he faced the sword. At the same time, a whistling spiritual energy formed a golden divine sword between his eyebrows and attacked Qian Sunyuan's weakest soul. You're underestimating the Boundless Sect too much. Qian Sunyuan snorted coldly as a strange bronze armor appeared on his body. Runes appeared on it, and it actually repelled Yi Fei's true sword. Bang! Then, there was another shocking explosion. Qian Wuji's domain sword landed on Yi Fei's body. At the same time, the swords of dozens of heaven-tier quasi-emperors slashed at him. No matter how strong the bloodline godly armor was, it couldn't block such an attack. Bang! Wah! Yi Fei's godly armor shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. If you were one person, I'd kill you like dogs. Humph. Unfortunately, you're not fighting one person, but hundreds of heaven-tier quasi-emperors of the Boundless Sect. You want to fight against the overlord sect of the universe by yourself? How stupid. Qian Senyuan's eyes were cold. Demon Yi, your bloodline godly armor has been destroyed. You're about to die, so why don't you kneel down and hand over the Emperor's concubine? Perhaps this crown prince will grant you a complete corpse. The demon crown prince's face was cold and arrogant. Ha ha ha, Yi Fei, I didn't think you'd have such a day. So what if you're a half-step demon? You're still going to die. After you die, I'll help you take care of the true martial sacred academy. Of course, I'll also take care of your family in the northern region. Ha ha. Qian Wuji laughed savagely as a powerful killing intent appeared on his body. Roar. What answered them was Yi Fei's angry roar and dragon roar. Zhao Yu also roared. She grabbed Yi Fei's hand tightly. She knew that this might be her last moment with Yi Fei. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate to burn her own bloodline godly armor. A shocking amount of cold air exploded from her body, but his hair, however, was burning like a flame. Suddenly, the cries of phoenixes rang out. The ice phoenix and the fire phoenix charged out of Zhao Yu's body. If I'm going to die, I'll die with him. We won't compromise even if we die. Chapter 1676. Who do you think the Demon Crown Prince and I are? Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly commoner. Why do you have to fight the Demon Crown Prince and I? Seeing that Yi Fei had lost his bloodline godly armor, Gan Wuji finally regained his confidence as the #1 on the stars ranking. As for the Demon Crown Prince, he stood in the distance and didn't say a word. Demonic chi surged from his body, and soon, this demonic chi turned into boiling, killing intent. Attack. Follow me and kill this person. The Demon Crown Prince said coldly. His words showed his attitude. He couldn't fight Yi Fei alone anymore. That would be irrational and unnecessary. Right now, the Demon Crown Prince only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Fei and take back the Emperor's concubine. For that, he was willing to pay any price. At the same time, the Demon Crown Prince was the first to charge towards Yi Fei. Then, Gan Sanyuan, Gan Wuji, and all the other heaven-tier quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect charged over from all directions. This was a killing spree that didn't care about the price. Having obtained the approval of the Demon Crown Prince, the quasi-emperors and elders of the Wuji sect no longer had to worry about accidentally injuring Zhao Yu. As soon as they attacked, a large expanse of martial light, like a torrential rain and shooting stars, instantly shattered the starry sky and shattered the world. Being in such a whirlpool of martial Tao, Yi Fei and Zhao Yu's expressions turned serious, even though they were already prepared to die. The two of them exchanged glances. Zhao Yu didn't say anything. He only raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying ice storm. This ice storm was so cold that it froze the bodies of many quasi-emperors. However, the Demon Crown Prince and the others weren't affected at all. The Demon Crown Prince punched out and shattered all the ice storm. The Demon Crown Prince shattered the ice storm. Gan Wuji also displayed the strength of the #1 on the stars ranking. He waved his divine sword, and a resplendent sword light sliced the space into 2 straight lines. Sword chi soared into the sky. Kill! As Zhao Yu made his move, the purple gold flames on Yi Fei's body burned fiercely like a scorching sun. Similarly, Xiao Chun smashed his sword furiously. The resplendent sword light formed layers of taiji, protecting him and Zhao Yu at the same time. Unexpectedly, it managed to block the full power attacks of several dozen quasi-emperors for now. Attack! Then, another terrifying dragon roar sounded from behind him. However, this was not the roar of a sky dragon, but the roar of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Just as Yi Fei's divine bloodline armor shattered, and he was surrounded by countless quasi-emperors, countless Tyrannosaurus rex the size of mountains suddenly appeared in the starry sky outside Wuji City. Like a meteor, it fiercely smashed into the limitless city's defensive formation. In an instant, the defensive formation of the limitless city was riddled with holes and completely shattered. Tyrannosaurus. It's these damn Tyrannosaurus again. What benefits did Demon Yi give you to make you work so hard for him? Gon Wuji roared. Back then, it was this group of Tyrannosaurus rex that had forced him, the first on the star's ranking, to flee. He had lost all his face. Who would have thought that they would appear again now? No, Gon Wuji, you're wrong. This time, it's not Yi Fei who gave him benefits. It's our pill tripod city who gave him benefits. Suddenly, countless figures appeared on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. They were the Sky-tier quasi-emperors and elders of the Pill Origin sect. Dan Ling, Dan Yuanzi, and the Sky Spear Elder all stood on the backs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suddenly, a terrifying lightning appeared in the sky. Lu Qing's body was covered in lightning, and he looked like an angry mother of lightning. Step by step, he walked out of the starry sky. Behind Lu Qing was a youth with a heavy saber on his back. He shouted coldly, "There's still us. Does the Wuji sect really think that the Tianwu continent is the Tianwu continent? Is there no one else in the continent? Shuiyu, he's little knife god, Shuiyu, and Lu Qing, Dan Ling, Dan Yuanzi, and the Sky Spear Elder. Why are you all here?" Yi Fei looked at the familiar figures in shock. What he found most unbelievable was that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had led all the Tyrannosaurus Rex over. This scene deeply shocked the many quasi-emperors of the Boundless sect. It's the Pill Origin sect, and that group of Tyrannosaurus Rex outside the city. How can a human and a desolate beast work together? The appearance of the Pill Origin sect and the Tyrannosaurus Rex sent waves of shock through the hearts of many Starry Sky sections. Qian Sanyuan was so furious that he immediately stopped attacking Yi Fei. He led a large group of quasi-emperors and charged at Dan Yuanzi. He asked furiously, "Dan Yuanzi, you bunch of useless quasi-emperors who only know how to refine pills. How dare you go against the Boundless sect?" These words infuriated Dan Yuanzi. He pointed at Qian Sanyuan, who was charging over, and said angrily to the surrounding elders, "Brothers, you've all seen it. In the eyes of the Boundless sect, we're all trash. If we don't resist now, when Yi Fei dies in battle, we might be the next. Enough. Elders, since the Boundless sect does not want to give us a way out, then let's resist and fight it out with the Boundless sect." Dan Ling roared angrily. Compared to Dan Yuanzi, Dan Ling was undoubtedly more decisive. It turned out that when Yi Fei came to the Boundless sect, Dan Ling, and the others immediately paid attention to the battle here through the Heavenly Spirit sect. When they heard that Yi Fei alone blocked hundreds of heaven-grade quasi-emperors without being defeated, Dan Ling immediately realized that this might be the Pill Origin sect's last chance to break free from the threat of the Boundless sect. Hence, Dan Ling, who did not hesitate to lead the many elders of the Pill Origin sect and the group of Tyrannosaurus Rex to assist in the battle. Of course, aside from Yi Fei's shocking combat prowess, there were also a few figures standing in front of the group of Tyrannosaurus Rex that made Dan Ling make up her mind. One of them was the goddess Lu Qing, who looked like the goddess of lightning, and the little saber god Shuiyu, who carried a huge saber on his back and looked like an unsheathed saber. There was also the white-robed D-Fan and the bronze-armored army of destruction. Behind them were a large number of peak geniuses from the 4 sacred academies, Quasi-Emperor noble clans, and Martial Emperor noble clans. Without a doubt, the Boundless sect's actions of capturing the continent's cultivators and disciples of the sacred academies had infuriated everyone. When the Tianwu continent had been in decline, No one had dared to oppose an overlord of the universe like the Boundless Sect. However, with the arrival of the Great Era, peerless geniuses had appeared one after another. The Tianwu continent's cultivators finally had the confidence and strength to fight against the Boundless Sect. Seeing these familiar people appear, Yi Fei finally saw hope in his despair. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Yu. Although they did not say anything, they could both understand what the other was thinking. If it were just the two of them, perhaps they would not be a match for the Boundless Sect. However, now that all the peerless geniuses of the Tianwu continent had rushed over, they had been saved from despair. They truly had the ability to fight against the Boundless Sect. 8 Extreme Heavenly Dragon, roared Yi Fei. This time, he no longer paid attention to the other quasi-emperors. His gaze was fixed on the Devil Crown Prince and Gan Wuji. He charged at the two of them at the same time. Courting death. 5 worlds fall. Chapter 1677. Yi Fei, I don't believe that the two of us together can't kill you. The Crown Prince and Gan Wuji unleashed their strongest attacks at Yi Fei. Yi Fei sneered. Now, I'll let you know the price of looking down on the martial heaven continent. 8-level Heavenly Dragon. Corporeal Sword. Boundless, true Yuan condensed into a heavenly dragon. His mental nebula surged, and a terrifying golden divine sword appeared. This was the first time Yi Fei had used both his true Yuan and mental energy at the same time. There was no conflict. His heavenly dragon forced back the 5 worlds oblivion, while his corporeal sword slashed toward Gan Wuji's spiritual core. Even though Gan Wuji had instantly activated his spiritual armor, under Yi Fei's relentless attacks, the number 1 genius on the star ranking was forced back. Despair filled his face, and he screamed as he frantically retreated. Once again, the Crown Prince was exposed to Yi Fei's dragon might. Gan Wuji, you useless pig. Crown Prince Emo was so angry that he roared. Then, he descended into madness. He was like a demonic god. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The powerful 5 realms oblivion formed 5 black suns that suppressed the stars. Space shattered the starry sky. However, just as the 5 black suns were about to slam into Yi Fei's 8 extreme heavenly dragons, Yi Fei's heart stirred. The 8 heavenly dragons actually formed 8 revolving worldly gates that suppressed space-time. In turn, they also attempted to completely obliterate the Demon Crown Prince's 5 black suns. The Crown Prince suddenly roared. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill Yi Fei. Don't worry about anything else. The Boundless Sect's quasi-emperors came to their senses. Even the peerless geniuses of the continent were rushing over. However, they were still some distance away from the plaza. Taking advantage of this distance, they still had a chance to gather their power and kill Yi Fei first. At the same time, they would cut off the continent's strongest martial artist. Combat strength. Zhao Yu quickly discovered the Demon Crown Prince's intentions. Around her, the whistling ice suddenly turned into boiling flames. Every strand of her hair began to burn like a phoenix. She didn't interfere with the battle between Yi Fei and the others. Instead, she was like a goddess of fire, bringing with her berserk flames as she charged towards those who were trying to surround Yi Fei. However, he did not wait for Zhao Yu to make a move. Suddenly, the Boundless Sect's troops were thrown into chaos. The figures of the quasi-emperors suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen died silently. This caused the originally dense crowd to turn flustered. The various quasi-emperors scattered and looked at each other in fear and confusion. What happened? Why did so many of our people suddenly die? A quasi-emperor screamed in horror, not daring to let anyone near him. Even so, his neck was suddenly broken, as though someone had slashed his throat in an instant. A powerful heaven-tier quasi-emperor immediately noticed this person's abnormality. He roared and suddenly slapped the corpse of that person the moment he died. Bang! The corpse instantly exploded. At the same time, the figure behind that person also exploded. Then, the figure of an assassin wearing black clothes and holding a divine spear quickly condensed. Qian Sunyuan's expression changed. He looked at the assassin in disbelief and raged. Damn it, it's the shadow warrior of the Black Prison. Black Prison's Saint Sun. The Boundless Sect has never disrespected the Black Prison. Why do you have to go against us? Don't forget that the Martial Heaven continent belongs to the Black Hell. Don't forget that I'm also a member of the Martial Heaven continent. Killing the continent's geniuses is meaningless. It's time to let the geniuses of the Starry Sky take over the Martial Heaven continent. Let's make the Tianwu continent tremble before the Black Prison. The Black Prison Saint Sun coldly licked his lips. Under countless gazes, he suddenly raised the god-slaying blade and charged towards Qian Wuji. Your name is on the Black Prison Edict. Black Prison, you're courting death. Qian Wuji clenched his teeth. Yi Fei was a half-step monstrous genius. He had no choice but to endure bullying him. However, this Black Prison Saint Sun was just an ordinary, peerless genius. How dare he try to assassinate him? Qian Wuji couldn't tolerate this. Arrogant Junior, die for this old man. However, the first to attack wasn't Qian Wuji. It was Qian Sanyuan, the sect leader. He wanted to kill the Black Prison Saint Sun on the spot to vent his anger. At this moment, a vast purple aura appeared around Qian Sanyuan. Fan's white robes were divine. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the Starry Sky, but he had split into three and transformed into three saints. They charged over from the distance. Three Saint Fists attack. Turn the enemy invisible. Three Saint Fists battle. Kill the enemy when he must. Three Saint Fists hygiene. Defend life on the line. These three fists were vast and continuous. They represented the wills of the three saints. They were like three towering mountains that couldn't be crossed. They were filled with pressure. Just as the quasi-emperors of the Boundless Sect wanted to stop him, the distant Shui actually struggled to swing the huge saber on his back. That saber was too terrifying. As he swung it, it tore a huge hole in the sky. The domains of all the quasi-emperors that came into contact with the saber shattered, and they were killed. They fell left and right. Damn it, that blade might be a sealed weapon. How dare you kill Shuiyu and steal his blade? How dare you go against the Infinity Sect? Shuiyu, you're finished. Your blade God Valley is finished too. The quasi-emperors of the Infinity Sect were furious. Their eyes flashed with greed and greed. They wanted to kill Shuiyu and steal that sealed weapon. Seeing this, the army of destruction smiled coldly. Then his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Father, mother, my dead clansmen. Today, the army of destruction will take revenge for the blood debt of the Guardian clan on your behalf. The army of destruction of 100 battles will destroy the gods in 1,000 battles. Kill, kill, kill. The bronze spear suddenly emitted a different blood-colored light. The layers of blood-colored light made many of the older generation experts of the Starry Sky sects feel as if they had returned to the ancient times. In the ancient times, the Guardians still existed. At that time, the Guardians were like this. They held ancient spears in their hands and fought in all directions. They fought against wild beasts and protected the ancient city. They used the flesh and blood of generations to protect this ancient Starry Sky path. However, as the Infinity Sect migrated from the heavenly demon continent, hundreds and thousands of Guardians, including their relatives and descendants, were all slaughtered. This was a blood debt. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. Therefore, when the blood-colored light on the army of destruction condensed to the 100th layer, the army of destruction turned into a piercing spear. It whistled and pierced through the Starry Sky. It also pierced through the chests of more than a dozen quasi-emperors. However, when it reappeared, the army of destruction was covered in blood. What was more frightening was that he was now surrounded by countless quasi-emperors of the Infinity Sect. When these quasi-emperors saw the guardian spear in the hands of the army of destruction, a ferocious light that was even more frightening than that of wild beasts instantly erupted from their bodies. This person is the descendant of the Guardians. The Sword God has ordered us to kill the Guardians on sight. Chapter 1678. What's going on? Why is Demon Yi here? Isn't the Demon Crown Prince fighting with him? Yi Fei's appearance shook the hearts of these quasi-emperors. Many of them didn't even have a heavenly domain. They were the most ordinary earth quasi-emperors, and some were even king quasi-emperors. No one was able to stop the half-step demon Yi Fei. Wherever the heavenly dragon passed, the quasi-emperors' domains exploded, their physical bodies crumbled, and they died. Many quasi-emperors immediately turned their furious gazes towards the Demon Crown Prince, who was not far away. Then, they were shocked to see that the Demon Crown Prince, who was once so powerful that they could only look up to him, was once again destroyed by Yi Fei. This scene immediately shocked countless sects in space. Heavens, the Demon Crown Prince is also a half-step demon, but he can't even withstand a single blow from Demon Yi. He was defeated 3 times in a row. It's not just Yi Fei. Look at the geniuses of the continent. White-clothed war god Di Fan, goddess Lu Qing, little knife god Shuiyu, Empress Zhao Yu, protector army of destruction. Which one of them isn't a genius? Could it be that the heavenly sovereign's prophecy is true? It's said that when the martial path reaches its peak, it will decline. When it rises once more, the martial heaven continent will welcome an era even more glorious than the ancient era of the gods, said one of the elders of the Starry Skies sections. Even more starry sky geniuses, under the shadow of Yi Fei, Di Fan, and Pujuan's peerless battle prowess, turned pale, and their hearts were shaken. The rumors might be false, but this glorious era must be true. There has never been an era like this one, where so many peerless geniuses have appeared. Only such a peerless genius has appeared. This is an era where heavenly geniuses appear in large numbers. It's a glorious era that belongs to them. Compared to them, whether it's Gan Wuji or the Demon Crown Prince, they are far too lacking. These Starry Skies sect masters and geniuses all sighed. Inadvertently, this kind of voice became louder and louder, gaining more and more people's recognition. At this moment, in the sky not far away, the Demon Crown Prince had just reassembled. He heard many people saying that he was inferior to Yi Fei and even Di Fan, a natural-born saint. The Demon Crown Prince was so angry that his eyes were about to explode, forming a pair of bloodshot eyes that were filled with extreme anger. He let out a crazed roar. Yi Fei, from now on, this prince will not rest until you are dead. This prince will kill all the people related to you in front of you. The Demon Crown Prince was truly aggrieved. He had taken the Demon Frenzy pill and reached the peak of his strength, yet he was still repeatedly beaten by Yi Fei. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that could only be washed away with blood. Therefore, the moment he reformed his body for the 3rd time, the Demon Crown Prince turned his ferocious gaze to Lu Qing and said sternly, "Goddess Lu Qing, you are also that Demon King Ye's woman. You must die. Kill. Fall of the 5 realms." The Demon Crown Prince took the Demon Frenzy pill again and went crazy for the 2nd time, charging towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face instantly turned pale. It was not because of fear, but purely because of the Demon Crown Prince's words. She clearly had nothing to do with Yi Fei. Why did everyone treat her as Yi Fei's woman? How could she still be married in the future? This goddess was enraged on the spot. Endless lightning gathered on her body and then turned into countless terrifying lightning pillars that suppressed the surroundings and shook the soul. Lu Qing was like an angry mother of lightning. Boundless lightning appeared with every movement. It was like a small heavenly tribulation that instantly killed the Demon Crown Prince, drowning him. But soon, the heavenly tribulation suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying demon god rushed out with 5 black suns, destroying heaven and earth, as well as the countless lightning released by Lu Qing. "Yi Fei, I want you to watch your woman die." The Demon Crown Prince's demonic chi boiled. The black suns were like stars, burning fiercely like 5 dark worlds, about to plunge this part of the sky into eternal darkness. Lu Qing's face instantly turned pale. She couldn't help but panic. Seeing the Demon Crown Prince's actions, Yi Fei was also very anxious. After all, Lu Qing was here to help him. How could he watch Lu Qing be killed by the Demon Crown Prince? Yi Fei subconsciously wanted to use the void technique to rush to Lu Qing's side. Suddenly, a dazzling divine sword light appeared in front of him. Qian Senyuan's sword qi was like a god. He waved the divine sword and attacked from afar. Beside him, a dozen Heaven Realm quasi-emperors stood on both sides with cold faces, instantly sealing Yi Fei in the void. It also prevented Yi Fei from rescuing Lu Qing. Wuji's sect, the army of destruction, will take revenge for the ancient blood debt today. The army of destruction didn't say anything. When he saw Qian Sanyuan appear, he fell into a frenzy. His ancient spear emitted divine light, like a furious guardian war god, charging towards Qian Sanyuan recklessly, trying to help Yi Fei kill a way out. A bloody path. Qian Sanyuan's expression was cold. He didn't even look at the army of destruction. He only looked coldly at Yi Fei and said, "Demon Yi, going against the Wuji sect is your biggest mistake. Today, not only will your woman die, but all your companions will also be wiped out by the Wuji sect. Kill them all. Kill." The Wuji sect quasi-emperors roared from all directions. They had a large number of people and powerful domains. Even if they were facing a peerless genius, they still had a strong will to fight. Soon, a dozen more Heaven Realm quasi-emperors came from afar and surrounded the army of destruction. However, even more quasi-emperors rushed towards Yi Fei like a hurricane. Various colored martial lights shattered heaven and earth, shaking the galaxy. They didn't give Yi Fei a chance to use the void technique to rescue Lu Qing. Yi Fei's body was instantly filled with incomparable rage. Lu Qing came to help me. How can I let her die because of me? War Demon Golden Body, godlike, Sword Dao. Yi Fei's body erupted with a demonic golden light. He ignited his bloodline and carried the heavy Wuji sword. He actually charged through the encirclement of Qian Sanyuan and a dozen more Heaven Realm quasi-emperors. Behind him was an extremely tragic path of blood. Without the protection of the bloodline godly armor, Yi Fei also paid an extremely heavy price to face the attacks of a dozen powerful Heaven Realm quasi-emperors. His body was covered with wounds of varying depths. Some of his flesh was torn open, and some of his bones were exposed. Even Yi Fei's domains were attacked, and several of them were shattered. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to feel any of this. He held his sword and continued to charge madly towards the place where Lu Qing and the Demon Crown Prince were fighting from the distant sky. "Hang in there, Lu Qing. You must hang in there." Yi Fei let out a furious roar. Hearing the roar caused Lu Qing's heart to tremble. She suddenly thought back to how Yi Fei had risked his own life to save her in the Saber Necropolis. Afterward, some unknown power had appeared, causing Lu Qing's battle prowess to break through some sort of limit. She had once again attracted the wrath of heaven. The Demon Crown Prince was completely destroyed. Chapter 1679. Fall of the Five Realms. The Demon Crown Prince once again unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lu Qing in front of Yi Fei. It was also at this moment that a loud fire phoenix suddenly rushed over from afar. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, heaven and earth were ignited, forming an incomparably huge fire cloud that once again enveloped the Demon Crown Prince. Damn it! If you weren't the reincarnation of the Emperor's concubine, I would definitely kill you. The Demon Crown Prince roared furiously, the demonic chi and anger on his body shattering the void. "Even if I'm not the Emperor's concubine, you can't kill me." Zhao Yu's hair fluttered like a burning flame, but also like an enraged flame goddess. Suddenly, the flames between heaven and earth turned into an extremely cold chi, freezing everything in the world. Even someone as strong as the Demon Crown Prince was instantly frozen. Along with more than a dozen boundless sect quasi-emperors, they were completely turned into ice sculptures. Although they quickly broke free from this layer of ice, Zhao Yu and Lu Qing had already taken the opportunity to retreat, leaving the Demon Crown Prince's attack range. The demon crown prince was so angry that even his eyes turned red. His immense anger made him let out a fiend godlike roar. But before he could continue to chase after Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, an even more furious roar suddenly came from afar. How dare you touch my woman? Demon crown prince, I'll take your life. Kill. Yi Fei roared, the limitless sword in his hand suddenly erupting with a terrifying starlight. With just one strike, the demon crown prince spat out blood and frantically retreated. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Lu Qing and Zhao Yu's hearts trembled slightly, and then they glared at Yi Fei at the same time. Unfortunately, Yi Fei was currently engaged in another fierce battle with the demon crown prince, so he couldn't divert his attention to care about them. Naturally, Zhao Yu and Lu Qing looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes were first stunned, surprised by each other's beauty, and then their gazes gradually became strange. Faintly, a trace of battle intent appeared. "Saint Zhao Yu, I've heard a lot about you," Lu Qing said indifferently, but lightning surged on her body, and her hair was like golden electric currents, causing the void to tremble. "Goddess Lu Qing, I've also heard a lot about you. I heard that you were once Yi Fei's maid." Zhao Yu's tone was gentle, like a spring breeze, but the air around her was as cold as frost and swords, chilling her to the bone. Hearing this, the thunder all over Lu Qing's body crackled. However, he smiled and said, "Saintess Zhao, you're so well informed. How did the Wuji sect capture you so easily?" "I heard that you were once misunderstood and hunted down by the boundless sect." Zhao Yu's tone was clear and cold like a cool breeze blowing through a hill, but that breeze carried a bone-piercing coldness. Before the quasi-emperors who tried to surround them could get close, the howling thunder and intense cold scared them into retreating, not daring to get close to this dangerous area. Yi Fei, who was fighting with the demon crown prince, also felt a chill run down his spine. However, before he could figure out where this feeling came from, Zhao Yu suddenly came from. Suddenly, Qian Sanyuan led dozens of powerful quasi-emperors from the everlasting sect and charged over from afar. These quasi-emperors were absolute experts with 2 heaven realms and were the strongest fighting force of the everlasting sect. They were originally in seclusion, but Qian Sanyuan had called all of them out. When these dozens of heaven realm quasi-emperors joined forces, their aura alone caused the entire Wuji city to tremble intensely. For a moment, the faces of many sect masters changed. Such a force was enough to destroy any sect in the starry sky. This made Dan Yuanzi and the others' hearts tremble. They were worried that Yi Fei and the others wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of the Wuji sect's quasi-emperors. However, the instant these quasi-emperors appeared, the martial heaven continent's martial artists unexpectedly didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, they erupted with even stronger battle intent and fighting spirit. In the end, those who could walk the ancient path of the starry sky were no weaklings. Even the most ordinary of super geniuses would have a firm will and the heart of an expert to be able to cut through the thorns and kill their way from the top to the bottom. Sensing Yi Fei and the others' battle intent, the demon crown prince and Qian Wuji, who had successfully retreated, smiled sinisterly. "Sect Master Qian, you've called out all the Grand Elders. Are you preparing to use the Wuji sect's final trump card?" asked the demon crown prince. "That's right. Although I don't want to admit it, these bastards are too strong. If we let any of them escape, they'll become a huge problem for the Wuji sect. Only by awakening their trump cards and annihilating them will the Wuji sect be at ease. Everyone, follow me." Qian Sunyuan's expression was solemn. He suddenly bit his tongue and spat out 1/3 of his essence blood. The other 35 Grand Elders did the same. They also forced out 1/3 of their essence blood and merged it with Qian Sunyuan's essence blood, forming a terrifying sphere of blood-colored light. The statue of the sword god flew over. "Not good. Stop them. Kill." Seeing the actions of those quasi-emperors, Yi Fei suddenly felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. It was as if some terrifying monster was hidden in the statue he had beheaded. "Quick, destroy the essence blood." Don't let it merge with the statue. Defan suddenly lost his composure and roared. As a natural saint, Defan had great luck and spirit. But at this moment, he felt that his luck was slipping away. This was a sign that a disaster was about to befall him. Defan wasn't the only one who had the same feeling. The army of destruction, Shui Yu, Lu Qing, Zhao Yu, and even the Black Hell Saint, who had turned into a shadow and was hiding somewhere, all felt a great sense of fear. Then, everyone suddenly charged towards the majestic golden statue in the middle of the square from all directions, trying to destroy it completely. Quick! Stop them regardless of life and death. Qian Sanyuan waved his hand solemnly. Around him, countless quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect suddenly rushed towards Yi Fei with red eyes. They didn't fear death and used their own lives to delay everyone else, completely surrounding the statue of the sword god. When Yi Fei, Defan, and the army of destruction broke through the encirclement and rushed in front of the statue, the entire statue had already released endless sword light. The sword light was brighter than the galaxy and more dazzling than the sun and moon. The essence blood of dozens of powerful heaven realm quasi-emperors bathed in the layer of sword light and instantly started to merge. Gradually, flesh and blood were formed and a body was formed. What is that? Is this the foundation of the Wuji sect? Sword light and essence blood formed a living person? Defan was shocked. Even though he was a natural saint, he couldn't understand this strange phenomenon. Chapter 1680. However, before the unbounded sword could escape his control, the undying sword soul in Yi Fei's body exuded a powerful sword aura. It was like the Emperor of Swords, causing the unbounded sword to tremble. It no longer dared to defy Yi Fei's control. Two dazzling sword lights suddenly erupted from the bloody man's body, which was filled with sword light. They sized up Yi Fei like two pairs of eyes. How many years has it been? My unbounded sword is actually in your hands. Are you from the Azure Saint Palace? When the Azure Saint Palace was mentioned, the entire everlasting city was filled with boundless killing intent and anger. Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched violently. He barely suppressed his shock and denied it loudly. I'm the holy son of the demonic Saint Palace. Are you the sword god of the everlasting sect? That's right. I am the unbounded sword god. During the ancient war, my sword body was destroyed. I had no choice but to hide my soul in this golden body and sleep until now. Who is this generation's sect master? I once ordered that my soul is not to be awakened until the great era arrives. Have you all forgotten? Hearing that Yi Fei wasn't from the Azure Saint Palace, but the demonic Saint Palace, the bloody man's killing intent weakened significantly. He no longer paid attention to Yi Fei. Instead, he glared furiously at Qian Sanyuan and the surrounding grand elders of the everlasting sect. Suddenly, the entire everlasting city was filled with a terrifying sword aura. This aura was even stronger than the Emperor's aura. It was filled with boundless pressure. It was the aura of a demigod. A demigod. The everlasting sect actually has a demigod. No wonder Danding City was defeated by the everlasting sect, despite being so powerful. It turns out that the demigod of the everlasting sect hasn't died. He's been sealed all this time, waiting for the great era to arrive. Dan Yuanzi's body suddenly trembled. He wasn't the only one. Dan Ling, the Sky Spear Elder, the numerous elders of the Pill Origin sect, and the hundreds of rampaging dragons were all shocked. Who would have thought that the everlasting sect foundation was the sleeping, unbounded sword god, a demigod expert who was infinitely close to becoming a martial god in the ancient times? All the Starry Sky sects and Starry Sky geniuses who had come to participate in the sword god's birthday celebration were shocked. Unbounded sword god. Sword god. The sword god of the Wuji sect actually didn't die, but sealed himself. Damn it, we should have thought of this a long time ago. The everlasting sect holds the sword god's birthday celebration every 100 years. Only the sword god of the sword god. Everlasting sect, you've kept us in the dark. At that moment, all the sects present, from the sect leaders to the disciples, were horrified. Yi Fei and Di Fan looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Yi Fei, if the sword god of the sword god is still alive, we won't be a match for him, even if we join forces in this era where martial emperors don't appear. Let's retreat for the time being and make a long-term plan. Di Fan transmitted his voice to Yi Fei without batting an eyelid. No, we can't retreat. Even if he is the sword god, I don't believe that he can be revived so easily with the blood essence of dozens of quasi-emperors. Di Fan, if you have the guts, join forces with me to fight against this ancient sword god. Yi Fei transmitted his voice coldly. Then, his battle intent soared to the sky like a torch, burning on his body. Di Fan immediately came to a realization after hearing his words. If this demigod could be completely awakened with the blood essence of dozens of quasi-emperors, then why would he seal his soul and fall into a deep sleep in the ancient times? There is only one possibility for the sword god to do this. Either the sword god was gravely injured and had to seal his soul to escape death, or the sword god was bluffing and his soul had not awakened. What had awakened was only a wisp of his consciousness. Di Fan's intelligence was undoubtedly terrifying as he was able to become a natural saint. Yi Fei's words allowed him to discover the sword god's greatest weakness. Purple chi suddenly surged from Di Fan's body, as if a saint had descended to the world. He controlled the great Tao and taught all living beings. His words were law. At this time, 3 saints walked out of the purple chi and manifested the principles of the saints. They blasted toward the bloody figure in the sword radiance. Compared to Di Fan's probing attack, Yi Fei was undoubtedly bolder and more ferocious. He directly struck out with the 8 heavenly dragons. The 8 heavenly dragons were like 8 gates that rapidly evolved into 8 different worlds. They suppressed time and space and shook the galaxy. At the same time as he struck out with the immemorial heavenly technique, Yi Fei used all his strength to strike out with the Wuji sword in his hand. This sword was the embryo of a divine weapon that the sword god had forged to break through to the martial god realm. However, under the suppression of the invincible sword spirit, the Wuji sword did not dare to resist any of Yi Fei's actions. Boundless starlight exploded from the heavy embryo of the Wuji sword. It made people feel as if the sword in Yi Fei's hand was no longer a sword, but an incomparably bright star. Demon Yi is crazy. He knows that the awakened sword god is close to the martial god realm, but he still dares to initiate an attack. Madman, these peerless geniuses of the Tianwu continent are all madmen. Yi Fei and Di Fan's actions shocked the entire Wuji city. All the martial emperors and quasi-emperors had never thought that in the face of the Wuji sect's sword god's rebirth, there would still be people who dared to directly challenge the sword god, who had been close to the martial god realm since the ancient times. Bastards, death is at hand, and you dare to disrespect the sword god. Qian Sanyuan and the other elders of the Wuji sect were enraged. The demon crown prince and Qian Wuji's faces were filled with anger and hatred. Even the bloody man himself was frightened by Yi Fei and Di Fan's madness. You know that I am the sword god, but you still dare to attack me. This kind of madness, this kind of spirit, only the lunatics of the Shura Saint Palace can do it. Junior, you look honest, but you dare to lie to me. You are not from the Shura Saint Palace. You are from the Demon Saint Palace. You are from the Shura Saint Palace. Boom. Suddenly, a huge killing intent and anger appeared on the bloody man's body. Then, the bloody man disappeared. A middle-aged sword god, wearing a divine robe and holding a bloody sword, walked out of the endless sword light. His eyes were filled with sword intent, and sword force appeared on his body. But the most terrifying thing was that the sword god's eyes were filled with sword intent. His blood-red sword was burning. It was very similar to the chi of the undying sword spirit. Then, a boundless sword light tore through the sky of the Wuji city as if it wanted to destroy the starry sky. The boundless sword light went from the earth world to the heaven world. Sword Tao transcends the heavens. Chapter 1681. Kill. Yi Fei didn't need to say much, seeing that Yi Fei was testing the waters with his body. When the sword god broke, through Yi Fei's 8 extreme heavenly dragons, Di Fan's probing attack suddenly became his strongest attack. A total of 3 sages walked out of the purple clouds and punched out with their supreme sage's fists. They wanted to kill the sword god. Natural-born sages? Interesting. Unfortunately, even if you find my weakness, you can't kill me. Because you are human, but I am a god. Even if I only awaken a wisp of my consciousness, I can still kill all of you. The sword god's eyes were cold. At the same time, a terrifying sword radiance appeared on his body again. It tore through the stars and was about to kill Di Fan and Yi Fei. Take this. Berserk God Slash. At the critical moment, Shui Yu suddenly carried the giant battle saber and attacked from afar. At the same time, he also realized that there was something wrong with the sword god. This wasn't the real sword god. The real sword god was still asleep. The one that woke up now was only a wisp of his consciousness left in the statue. Shui Yu wasn't confident that he could defeat the real sword god. However, a wisp of his consciousness wasn't enough to scare a peerless genius like Shui Yu. Moreover, Shui Yu obviously had a special encounter at the bottom of the starry sky. The battle saber in his hand was obviously a divine weapon. Even if this divine weapon was sealed and couldn't unleash its full power, the divine weapon itself was enough to withstand the sword god's sword radiance. Seeing this, Yi Fei and Di Fan were energized. The army of destruction also let out a heart-wrenching roar. Sword god, return the lives of my people. Boom! In a frenzy, the army of destruction actually burned his own blood. His entire body became radiant like a burning star as he charged towards the sword god. Remnants of the Guardians? Very well. I wasn't able to kill all of you in the past, but this time I shall bury all of you protectors with my own hands. The everlasting Sword Tao. The sword god was enraged when he saw that his heavenly sword Tao had been blocked by Shui Yu's sealing artifact. Suddenly, the blood sword in his hand emitted a dazzling blood-red light. This blood-red light dyed the entire sky red. Then, a huge blood-red sword light released a boundless sword pressure and fiercely suppressed the army of destruction. It pressed down. Sword spirit burn. Yi Fei knew that the sword god was trying to use his sword Tao to suppress the crowd. He roared and suddenly communicated with the undying sword soul again. Howling destructive sword chi burst out from the undying sword. Instantly, a sword aura that was different from the sword gods appeared between heaven and earth. It was the undying sword scatter. The destructive sword light that was emitted also showed signs of oppressing the sword god. The sword god's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that Yi Fei, a quasi-emperor, will be able to withstand the sword might of his demigod-level attack. There's a flaw. After killing the sword god, my black hell, saint will be famous throughout the entire starry sky. Suddenly, the black hell saint's voice came from a corner that no one was paying attention to. Then, an incomparably terrifying god-slaying spear light with the power to pierce through the stars ruthlessly pierced toward the sword god. The sword god. There's actually a stronghold of the black hell in the Tianwu continent. The sword god was shocked again. As an assassin organization that could assassinate a martial god, the name of the black hell would definitely make the sword god feel apprehensive. But before his shock passed, suddenly, 2 phoenix cries came from afar. Zhao Yu's expression was cold. At this moment, it was as if there were no emotions. His entire person had transformed into the heavenly Tao. From one person, there were 2. One of them was like an ice goddess. Ice and snow filled the sky and froze everything. The other was like a fire goddess. Raging flames burned the heavens, causing the sword god to instantly fall into a double hell of ice and fire. Seeing Zhao Yu make a move, Lu Qing suddenly felt very unconvinced. The goddess shouted and instantly turned into the goddess of thunder and lightning. She was surrounded by thick thunderbolts and lightning. Following her summons, the aura of the heavenly tribulation appeared at the end of the void. Then, another heavenly soldier formed by thunderbolts charged toward the sword god with endless lightning. Countless martial artists watched this scene in a daze. Dan Yuanzi and Dan Ling were already numb with shock. The Sky Spear Elder instantly felt like he had aged dozens of years. Crazy. These peerless geniuses of the Tianwu continent are all crazy. They actually dare to challenge the demigod sword god as quasi-emperors. At this moment, countless sect masters and geniuses felt their guts shatter. They felt an unforgettable fear of the Tianwu continent. It had to be known that the great era had yet to arrive, but the Tianwu continent's martial artists dared to act so crazily. If the great era truly arrived, who would be able to stop them? Perhaps it's time for us to change our attitude toward the Tianwu continent. That's right. If Demon Yi and the others don't die in this battle, who in the entire starry sky can stop them? Seeing Zhao Yu attack, the Devil Crown Prince's expression changed. He hastily shouted, "Sword God, show mercy." Zhao Yu is the reincarnation of the Empress concubine. If you kill her, we'll be in great trouble. Ha, it's too late. I'm not the sword god, I'm the killing god. Those who don't respect me die. Those who don't respect me die. Those who oppose me die. The sword is limitless, and the martial path is limitless. The martial god is limitless. Once the sword is out, the person must die. The sword god laughed madly. He was enraged and mad. At this moment, the sword god was filled with indifference and madness. In his eyes, people were no longer people, but tools for him to wantonly kill and raise his cultivation base. This was the sword god's Tao, the Tao of limitless slaughter. Boom! When the sword god waved his sword once more, what he released was no longer pure sword light, but the souls of millions of people he had slaughtered. When this sword light descended, Yi Fei felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Even the destructive sword chi of the undying sword soul was scattered. Bang! Yi Fei let out a muffled groan. His entire body was cracked by the sword god's pressure. Countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. Defan, the army of destruction, Shuiyu, and the Black Hell Saint's incarnation were also heavily injured. The Black Hell Saint could only roar and detonate his newly obtained demigod spear to block the sword god's light. The sword god's eyes shone brightly, as if a god had descended to the world and looked down on everyone. He didn't stop. A sword light flashed past, followed by an even more terrifying sword light. It shattered the starry sky and shrouded the entire Wuji city. At this moment, countless heaven boundary emperors trembled under the sword god's pressure. Yi Fei and Di Fan shivered. Their hands and feet were cold, and their eyes were filled with despair. The sword god was too strong. This was only a trace of his consciousness that had temporarily awakened. If his soul was completely awakened, how terrifying would the sword god's power be? Leave quickly. We are no match for him. Shuiyu didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't shameful to escape now. He was still young and had plenty of chances to come back and take revenge. The Black Hell Saint's son didn't even greet Sword God. He snorted and immediately tried to escape when he saw how powerful Sword God was. Chapter 1682. Yi Fei had never seen a domain that could be formed, transformed, and evolved so quickly. This was no longer a technique of a martial emperor, but a technique of a god. Only those martial gods could form a domain and transform it. Especially when the sword god's domain was formed, everyone present felt as if their souls were being torn apart and devoured. This was the soul-devouring domain, which could kill and steal souls. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt a great terror in his heart. He knew that once the sword god completed this domain, what awaited them would be complete annihilation. Instantly, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with madness. I don't care if you're a god or a human. I don't believe that the blood essence formed by a group of quasi-emperors can make you invincible. Tyrannosaurus King, what are you waiting for? If we don't stop the sword god, all of us will die. Kill, fury of the azure dragon, 8 extreme heavenly dragons. Roar, 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 roar. Yi Fei ignored his injuries and suddenly executed 2 immemorial heavenly skills. At the same time, the unbounded sword in his hand trembled and burned. Under the suppression of the undying sword soul, he was forced to unleash a dazzling starlight towards the sword god. This scene was extremely shocking. Even though Yi Fei knew that the sword god was invincible, he still dared to step forward and face the demigod who dominated the starry sky. However, this action was undoubtedly inspiring. Di Fan and the army of destruction were originally in despair, but now the flames of battle were reignited in their bodies. Shui Yu and the Black Hell Saint had originally planned to escape, but seeing that the sword god intended to kill them all, the two of them gritted their teeth and ignited their bloodline at the same time, charging forward once again. Following closely behind were Zhao Yu and Lu Qing's cries, the army of destruction's beast-like roars, and lastly, the Tyrannosaurus King's furious roar. When they felt the killing intent of the sword god completely enveloping them, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Kings opened their mouths at the same time. On their backs, Dan Yuanzi and Dan Linger led a group of elders and took out all kinds of pills to increase their attack power and threw them into the Tyrannosaurus King's mouths. Obviously, when Yi Fei left Danding City, the Danyuan sect and the Tyrannosaurus Kings seemed to have reached an agreement. The Tyrannosaurus Kings were the Danyuan sect's strongest now. The Danyuan Master and Tyrannosaurus Kings, and the Tyrannosaurus Kings, the Tyrannosaurus King, desolate, 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 desolate beasts. Next, hundreds of Tyrannosauruses spat out dragon flames at the same time. The intense flames burned through the void. In the end, they fused together to form a blazing ball of dragon flames that wanted to obliterate the sword god. The sword god laughed loudly. A group of ants dared to go against a god. I alone can kill all living things and defeat all enemies. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Facing violent dragons, terrifying dragon flame, sword god's eyes were as cold as ice. At the same time, a vast domain aura erupted from his body. It was a domain sword, a sword of slaughter. When the two sword lights converged, the entire world seemed to be torn apart by the sword lights. The ball of dragon flame, formed by hundreds of Tyrannosauruses, was completely torn apart by this vast sword light. Then, hundreds of mountain-like Tyrannosauruses fell to the ground like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. They were injured by the sword light. Dan Yuanzi and the others who were sitting on top of them vomited blood at the same time. They were seriously injured. He was seriously injured. The face of the elder of the Danyuan sect was full of horror. Hundreds of Tyrannosauruses are no match for this sword god. Do Yi Fei and the others have any hope of defeating him? No, there's already no hope. No matter how strong they are, they're only quasi-emperors. How can a quasi-emperor defeat a martial emperor? How can a mortal defeat a demigod? It's over. Our Danyuan sect is finished. The entire starry sky is finished. These elders were pessimistic and desperate. How could Yi Fei not be the same? When he saw the hundreds of Tyrannosaurus attacks being destroyed by the sword god's sword, even if he had the belief of being invincible in his heart couldn't help but tremble. He hesitated, but he didn't retreat. It was impossible for him to retreat. After destroying the Tyrannosaurus's dragon flame, Sword God's gaze had already locked onto him and everyone who had attacked. At this time, they could either give up resisting, close their eyes, and wait for death, or grit their teeth and fight the final battle. Yi Fei undoubtedly chose the latter. Even if I die, I must bite off a piece of his flesh. Sky Dragon Domain explode. Behind Yi Fei, the Sky Dragons roared. All the Sky Dragons, along with Yi Fei's remaining domains, self-destructed at the same time. Seeing Yi Fei's actions, Di Fan also roared. 3 sages suddenly walked out from the purple clouds above his head and self-destructed at this time. Then, Lu Qing, Zhao Yu, Shui Yu, and even the Black Hell Saint rushed to Sword God's side at the same time and self-destructed their domains. They did not hope to kill Sword God like this, but as long as their domains self-destructed, they could block Sword God's next attack for even a second. As peerless geniuses, they were confident that they could escape from Wuji City and into the starry sky. Oomph. No matter how strong an ant is, it is still insignificant. If you do not become a demigod, you will never know how terrifying a god is. Sword God was furious. His eyes shone with sword light, and his body erupted with sword light. Then his sword aura shook the heavens. Suddenly, a trace of sword soul light was formed, slashing across the heavens and killing the world. He was confident that he could slay Yi Fei and his crew with this slash. However, Sword God could not slash down with this sword. It was not that he did not want to, but the moment he slashed out, a power that was even more terrifying than a demigod like him appeared between heaven and earth. This power suppressed the heavens and made billions of living beings tremble from the bottom of their souls. This was the power of the heavens, and also a heavenly tribulation. At this critical moment, a heavenly tribulation actually erupted in Wuji City. Moreover, this was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. The moment this heavenly tribulation appeared, Sword God, Qian Sanyuan, all the elders and disciples of the Wuji sect, including Yi Fei and Di Fan, felt a great fear from the depths of their hearts. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook violently. Then, an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation aura rapidly formed in the sky above Wuji City. The moment this heavenly tribulation formed, everyone was suppressed by the power of the heavenly Tao and fell from the sky. Those who were weaker than a quasi-emperor could only lie on the ground, because he couldn't even move a finger. Even someone as strong as Sword God was shocked and terrified at this moment. He did not even have time to attack Yi Fei. He was already looking in the direction of Wuji City in shock. How is this possible? Someone dares to undergo a martial emperor tribulation in my Wuji City. Do you know that this will bring disaster to my Wuji City? You've caused such a terrible disaster to me. Who are you? Get out of here. Get out of Everlasting City. Chapter 1683. Sword God is crazy. This sword made the elders of the Everlasting sect tremble. Sword God's sword had accidentally killed thousands of disciples of the Everlasting sect, as well as many sect masters and geniuses of the starry skies. Oomph. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. As long as we can kill all the geniuses led by Yi Fei, it doesn't matter even if we kill tens of thousands of people. Qian Sanyuan and Qian Wuji said coldly. Then, everyone looked at where the sword god had slashed. They saw that the Everlasting Sect's palace had been destroyed by the sword light. There was only a young man wearing blood-red clothes, sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was emitting a strange aura. He was emitting a terrifying Culpa cloud. Xuelingzi? Damn it. How can it be him? He's only a half-emperor. How can he trigger a Culpa cloud that only a martial emperor can trigger? Demon Crown Prince and Qian Wuji were stunned. This was especially true for Gon Wuji, who had always wanted to make the Blood Spirit Master his lackey. His dog. However, this dog had triggered a Culpa cloud that only a martial emperor could trigger when he was only a half-emperor. What the hell is going on? Xuelingzi, you damn dog. Who told you to undergo the heavenly tribulation in our Wuji City? You even triggered a martial emperor's heavenly tribulation. Qian Wuji's eyes turned red. Qian Sanyuan was so angry that he spat out blood. If he had known that Xuelingzi was going to trigger the Culpa cloud, he wouldn't have let Xuelingzi stay in the Wuji sect. He would have kicked Xuelingzi out of the Wuji sect. Even the sword god felt extremely incredulous when he saw that the person undergoing the martial emperor tribulation was not some powerful quasi-emperor, but merely a half-martial emperor. How could a half-emperor trigger a Culpa cloud that only a martial emperor could trigger? However, when he saw the people outside and heard Gon Wuji's question, Even if he hadn't been killed by the sword god Swordlight, he was still dumbfounded. What? A martial emperor's culpa? I just wanted to break through to the martial emperor realm. What have I done? Why would a martial emperor tribulation appear? The heavenly Tao must have made a mistake. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I'm only a semi-emperor. How could I experience such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? Blood Spirit Child was so scared that he wet his pants. His entire body trembled under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. His face was filled with unwillingness, despair, and grievance. In the entire starry sky, Schwellingzi was probably the only half-emperor who could trigger the martial emperor heavenly tribulation. Schwellingzi is really unlucky. He's only at the half-emperor realm, yet he attracted the heavenly tribulation of a martial emperor. This is unbelievable. Even the most heinous villains would not experience such a terrifying heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the martial emperor realm. How is this a tribulation? He's clearly playing with his life. What evil did Blood Spirit Master do to attract the martial emperor tribulation? The surviving geniuses of the Starry Sky sects were also stunned. Di Fan, the army of destruction, and the others looked at Yi Fei with fear. Others did not know why Blood Spirit Master was undergoing the martial emperor tribulation, but they clearly remembered that when Yi Fei had captured Blood Spirit Master in the Earth Formation sect, there was a Spirit Master called Ergul. The innate ferocious formation spirit, Erhe, had once plotted against Spirit Blood Z. He had injected innate ferocious chi into Spirit Blood Z's body. He had even said that Spirit Blood Z would die if he broke through to the martial monarch realm. At that time, no one took Ergul's words seriously. Even Yi Fei did not pay much attention to what the heavenly evil formation spirit said. He only thought that Ergul was bragging. Until now, when he saw that Blood Spirit Master's martial emperor tribulation had been upgraded to a martial emperor tribulation because of the heavenly evil chi, Schwellingzi would definitely die. At that moment, Yi Fei gasped. The heavenly evil chi entering one's body was such a terrifying thing. It was 10 times more unlucky than being abandoned by the heavens. Poor Blood Spirit Master. Why did he have to provoke Demon Yi? Shui suddenly felt deep sympathy for Blood Spirit Master. A martial emperor going against a martial emperor tribulation was not just courting death, but simply courting death. When Lu Qing saw that it was indeed a martial emperor tribulation and not a martial emperor tribulation at the end of the void, he was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Fei, we have a way to kill Sword God. Yi Fei did not say anything. He suddenly rushed toward Blood Spirit Master and shouted, Blood Spirit Master, come to us. We will protect you. You are courting death. Understanding Yi Fei's thoughts, the calm on Sword God's face was no longer present. Instead, it was replaced by fear. In the end, his true soul was still in a deep slumber, and he was unable to display his full combat strength. Even so, he was still the strongest person here. Once the martial emperor heavenly tribulation descended, aside from the person undergoing the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would immediately target the Sword God and kill him. Sword God could not tolerate this. Therefore, when Lu Qing and Yi Fei realized this at the same time, Sword God was enraged. He used all of his strength and charged toward Blood Spirit Master. At the same time, countless martial emperors and elders of the Wuji sect charged toward him. The Demon Crown Prince and Gan Wuji's eyes were red. They charged toward Blood Spirit Master like crazy beasts. No! Blood Spirit Master screamed in fear. He regretted that he had been provoked by the Demon Crown Prince and risked breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Even until his death, he could not understand why he had attracted a heavenly tribulation that could only be attracted when he broke through to the martial emperor realm. In the end, he could only watch as a terrifying sword god and countless martial emperors charged toward him. They wanted to kill him before he went through the heavenly tribulation. Damn it, the Wuji sect has too many strong cultivators. We can't protect Blood Spirit Master. Shui Yu's face was filled with fear. Using the martial Emperor Tribulation to stop Sword God was their last resort. If they lost this last resort, they would not be able to escape Sword God's massacre. No, I have to let the martial Emperor Tribulation form. Even if I have to destroy the heavens, I will not hesitate. When he thought about the consequences of not being able to stop Sword God, not only would he die, but Zhao Yu, Xiao Chao, and the dragon turtle would also die because of him. Yi Fei's heart trembled violently. Then his eyes became crazed. Instead of charging toward Master Blood Spirit, a look of determination appeared on his face as he shot up toward the heavenly tribulation. Dazzling starlight erupted as Yi Fei unleashed all the power he could muster to slash the heavenly tribulation with his unbounded sword. Boom! At this moment, no matter how ruthless the heavens were, it was completely enraged by Yi Fei's actions. The anger of a deity seemed to come from the end of the endless sky. That anger turned into lightning and cracked Yi Fei's soul. It felt like it was about to collapse. However, Yi Fei's sword light did not stop. He continued to raise his sword and fight against the heavens. The whistling sword light was aimed at the heavenly tribulation clouds and the heavens. Stop! Sword God's face was filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. He could not believe that Yi Fei would be so crazy and bold. All martial artists, including the martial gods, were in awe of the heavens. They were cautious and afraid of angering the heavens. However, Yi Fei, as a quasi-emperor, dared to fight against the heavens and suppress the heavens. Even a demigod was almost scared to death by Yi Fei's actions. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying sword light changed direction and slashed at Yi Fei. A terrifying cloud of death suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's heart. However, he did not turn around. He suddenly took out more than 20 demigod weapons from his space belt and exploded them to block Sword God's attack. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yi Fei raised his sword and slashed at the heavens. The sword light fiercely rushed into the heavenly tribulation clouds and tore a huge crack in them. Chapter 1684. Before the might of the heavenly Tao, be it quasi-emperors or demigods, they were all insignificant. The might of the heavenly Tao could not be offended. Even if Yi Fei had no other choice, his actions had undoubtedly angered the heavenly Tao. The tribulation clouds, which were about to dissipate, turned clear once more, looking like thunder. Instantly, the entire starry sky, including the entire Wuji city, was enveloped. In the end, this terrifying lightning formed a world of lightning. Thick lightning bolts formed into bolts of lightning that varied in thickness from dozens to hundreds of meters. They descended from the heavenly tribulation like a torrential rain or a meteor. As the most powerful demigod, Sword God was the first to bear the brunt of the way of the heavens. Boom! 100-meter-thick lightning pillar fell from the sky and smashed onto the Sword God's body with a destructive aura. The Sword God roared furiously. He had no time to chase after Yi Fei. All he could do was to use all his strength to slash at the sky with the blood sword in his hand. He slashed at the terrifying lightning from the heavenly tribulation. However, before Sword God could shatter the lightning, Blood Spirit Master's blood-curdling screams suddenly came from not far away. As the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation, Blood Spirit Master was undoubtedly unlucky. The heavenly tribulation had entered his body and turned his heavenly tribulation into a martial emperor tribulation. What was more terrifying was that Yi Fei's action had undoubtedly angered the way of the heavens. The power and range of the martial emperor tribulation had increased again. The terrifying lightning was not something that Blood Spirit Master, who was only at the half-emperor realm, could withstand. When the lightning fell, Blood Spirit Master was electrocuted and turned into a puff of smoke. He died with hatred and grievance. Until his death, Blood Spirit Master still did not understand how his heavenly tribulation had become a martial emperor tribulation. The dozen or so quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect were the first to charge at the Blood Spirit Master were all blasted to pieces by the violent aftershocks of the thunderbolts, dying a violent death. This scene made Yi Fei's scalp go numb. Although his act of punishing the heavens had resolved the threat posed by the sword god, it had also attracted the attention of the Sky Dao. When the lightning struck the Blood Spirit Master to death, a third lightning bolt that was several hundred meters thick descended upon Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei was still a heaven quasi-emperor and a half-step demon-level genius. When he saw the thunderbolt descending, Yi Fei hurriedly used all his defensive techniques. The Azure Dragon's Fury, the Battle Demon Golden Body, the Purple Gold Tai Chi Sword, the Tai Chi Four-Element Sword. Countless martial lights made Yi Fei look like a purple gold war god that stood proudly in the starry sky, resisting the thunderbolt alone. At the same time, the undying sword spirit in his body formed a terrifying vortex of destruction. It let out a soundless roar and thirst as it began to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation contained within the thunderbolt. Volume. However, the heavenly tribulation this time was simply too powerful. Even though the undying sword soul had absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation, the sword soul that was sealed could not compare to the aura of the sword soul that the sword god had comprehended himself. Boom! The incomparably huge pillar of lightning struck Yi Fei's body like a thunder mountain. Instantly, all his defensive martial techniques were in vain. Even Yi Fei's physical body, which was comparable to a semi-divine weapon, was charred black as charcoal. His tendons, meridians, and bones were all severely damaged, and his entire body was char black. Yi Fei fell from the sky. In the sky, Zhao Yu's heart trembled violently. He suddenly ignored the thunderbolts that filled the sky and grabbed Yi Fei's hand as fast as he could. Yi Fei, you can't die. Another anxious shout entered Yi Fei's ears. It turned out to be Lu Qing. Like the mother of lightning, she also rushed over and grabbed Yi Fei's other hand. She and Zhao Yu, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Yi Fei and wanted to retreat. Yi Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He felt that his entire body was about to be pulled in half. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation had numbed his entire body, and he could not even open his mouth to speak. In desperation, Yi Fei could only use his consciousness to shout at the dragon turtle in the beast mark space. Big Black, quickly come out and help. Sword God is entangled by the heavenly tribulation. Run as fast as you can. Roar, roar. When the dragon turtle saw the devastating martial emperor tribulation outside, its black mouth turned pale with fright. Without another word, it bit Yi Fei and escaped into the void. Its speed was so fast that Lu Qing and Zhao Yu did not even have time to react. The dragon turtle had already taken Yi Fei hundreds of miles away. Zhao Yu was stunned. Lu Qing also widened her eyes, shocked by the dragon turtle's speed of escape. Chapter 1685. In the face of the heavenly Tao's wrath and the great martial emperor tribulation, everyone could escape. As long as they could get out of Wuji City, they would be fine. After all, Shuel Lingzi, who was the subject of the tribulation, had been killed immediately. As for Yi Fei, who had provoked the heavenly Tao's wrath, his strength was weak. According to the law of the heavenly Tao, attacking the person who was going through the tribulation first and the person with the highest realm, the heavenly Tao would not kill the sword god, who was the strongest person under the heavenly Tao. The sword god would not pursue Yi Fei relentlessly. The sword god was infuriated by this and could not tolerate it. If it had been any other time, as a powerful demigod, he would not have cared. He could have endured the heavenly Tao and killed Yi Fei and the others. However, it was different this time. This was the great martial emperor tribulation, which was even more terrifying than the martial emperor tribulation. Moreover, because of Yi Fei's act of attacking the heavens, the great martial emperor tribulation this time covered an extremely large area. It covered the entire Wuji city. No matter where the sword god went, he would become the heavenly Tao's first target. This was also why the sword god felt aggrieved. It was Yi Fei who had caused trouble. It was Yi Fei who had attacked the heavenly Tao. It was Yi Fei who had disrespected the heavenly Tao. Because he was a demigod and was the strongest person, the heavenly Tao had undoubtedly struck him with 70% of the heavenly Tao's power. Yi Fei had committed a sin, but he, the sword god, had to take the blame. The sword god was so angry that his body was burning. Black smoke was coming out from every strand of his hair. What made the sword god feel even more aggrieved was that in the face of this heavenly tribulation, he could not dodge everywhere like the others. This was because his soul main body was in deep slumber under the plaza of Limitless City and had yet to awaken completely. Once he made the slightest movement to dodge, the heavenly tribulation would strike his soul main body. Even if he was a demigod, he would instantly be annihilated. Therefore, when he saw Yi Fei escaping with injuries, not only did Sword God not chase after him and cut Yi Fei into pieces, he had to suppress his anger and risk his life against the heavenly tribulation in order to protect his soul. It was also because of Sword God's desperate actions. The giant lightning god that appeared in the heavenly tribulation merely swept a glance at Yi Fei. In the end, the giant lightning god's eyes still stared at the sword god. There was no doubt that the giant lightning god's simple consciousness had already treated the strongest sword god as the person who had angered the heavenly Tao and drawn his sword against it. Boom! There were no words. The giant god was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. It bore the wrath of the heavenly Tao and represented its might. The wrath of the heavenly Tao was unstoppable, and the might of the heavenly Tao was inviolable. This giant god stepped out of the sea of lightning. His divine fist flashing with lightning was already mercilessly smashing towards the sword god. On the spot, half of the sword god's body was charred black. The sword god was enraged to the point of madness. Goddamned honest brat. I swear on my name that if I don't grind your bones to dust and destroy your Azura Saint Palace, I am not human. Qian San Yuan, Demon Crown Prince, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and gather around me. Let's join hands and slay this giant god. Then, I will lead you all to sweep through the starry sky and trample over the sky martial continent. We will also catch that Yi brat and hack him to death. The more the sword god spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, there was no anger left on his body. There was only endless hatred, endless hatred. His hatred enveloped the entire limitless city. The entire starry sky resounded with the sword god's furious, deranged, merciless, and bloody voice. Then there was the howling, killing sword light that enveloped the entire limitless city. At this time, anyone who had not yet escaped below the Quasi-Emperor realm was constantly slain by the sword god's sword light. It caused the limitless city to become a city of blood piled up with corpses. The sword god's body was like blood, and his eyes were like swords. His body had transformed into a fiend god, forming an incomparably terrifying vortex. He absorbed the essence, energy, and spirit of all the martial artists he killed, transforming it into a special kind of bloody true yuan. This was the endless slaughter, true yuan. As long as the sword god killed more, his sword Tao would become stronger, and he would be able to break through the limits. This was the limitless sword Tao. It used slaughter to break through the limits. In order to survive this martial emperor tribulation, the limitless sword god didn't differentiate between friend and foe. He slaughtered everyone below the quasi-emperor realm. He used the corpses of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, to form a killing barrier that clashed with the thunder god. Beside the sword god were Qian San Yuan, the demon crown prince, and the other quasi-emperors. Many of them had miserable expressions on their faces. It had to be known that many of the limitless sect's disciples had been massacred by the sword god. At this time, they had all been slaughtered by the crazy sword god. Qian San Yuan was so angry that tears streamed down his face. He didn't dare to blame the old ancestor, the sword god. Instead, he vented his endless resentment and hatred on Yi Fei. That damn demon Yi. If it weren't for you, my limitless sect wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. This old man hates it. Why didn't I personally lead a team to kill this person? There will be such a chance. As long as the sword god survives this tribulation and completely awakens his soul, he will definitely lead us to sweep through the universe and the Qianwu continent. At that time, this old man will definitely kill his way into the northern region and kill everyone with the surname Yi. There's also that black tortoise. It must be killed, ruthlessly killed. Some elders had already noticed that Yi Fei had been heavily injured by the heavenly tribulation. Even if Zhao Yu and Lu Qing worked together, they might not be able to bring Yi Fei out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. It was all because that black tortoise was too fast. If they weren't careful, its shadow would disappear. This also caused the quasi-emperors of the limitless sect to miss out on this opportunity. They had missed their last chance to capture Yi Fei. As for Di Fan and the others, they had already rushed out of Wuji City when Yi Fei was fighting against the heavens. They had also escaped the range of the heavenly tribulation. This was definitely the biggest defeat the Wuji sect had suffered since its establishment. It was incomparably sullen. Damn it, if my limitless sword was still here, killing your heavenly tribulation puppet would be as easy as blowing off dust. The limitless sword god roared angrily when he was sent flying by the giant god's punch. During this period, he had already tried countless times to summon the limitless sword to break free from Yi Fei's control. However, the sword spirit hidden within the limitless sword seemed to not exist. It never responded to him. The sword god was just angry. His soul was faintly aching. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the dragon tortoise, Yi Fei could clearly feel the limitless sword trembling violently several times in a row, trying to break free from his control. Fortunately, the undying sword spirit had absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation, and its power had increased a lot. It was able to suppress the sword god's summons. It's a pity that the undying sword spirit is sealed. If the energy released by the undying sword spirit wasn't 100,000th, but 1/10,000th, even if the sword god had comprehended a trace of the sword spirit's aura, I would still have absolute confidence in killing this person. On the tortoise's back, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Chapter 1686. We don't have to wait until the future. As long as we can enter the Celestial Array sect and complete the last step of becoming a guardian, we can quickly kill the sword god and even destroy the Wuji sect. The army of destruction walked over from afar. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were red. In the ancient era, the Wuji sect had taken advantage of the fact that the protectors were weak and massacred many protectors of the ancient road of the starry sky. As the descendant of the protectors, Pajun and the Wuji sect had a blood feud. His words reminded Di Fan and the others. The reason why these peerless geniuses joined forces to challenge the Wuji sect was that besides the Wuji sect wantonly capturing people related to Yi Fei, these new guardians had also become the Wuji sect's target. They had no choice but to join forces to fight back. More importantly, Di Fan and the others all wanted to enter the Celestial Array sect. They wanted to enter the stronger Celestial Array sect and obtain better training opportunities. At the same time, Yi Fei's opportunity in the Earth Array sect from a top genius to a half-step demon also stimulated them. Yi Fei, we couldn't say too much just now. Now that we're safe, we might as well say it directly. I help you to enter the Celestial Array sect. Only you can open the gate of the Celestial Array sect. The Black Hell Saint walked out from the shadows. Everyone was very wary of the Black Hell Saint. After all, this person was neither an enemy nor a friend. He could help them now, but he could betray them at any time. This was an assassin. For benefits, they could do anything. Secular morality could not restrain the Black Hell Saint. Hearing this, Yi Fei's expression changed. Although he had promised the Di Fan that he would bring the key of destiny of the Array Fairy to the Celestial Array sect, he still had great concerns about entering the Celestial Array sect. After all, The D fan had said that the celestial array sect master had refined himself into an array spirit. He was crazy. He was so crazy that even the martial god was afraid of him and was unwilling to face him. Entering the celestial array sect now was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. But this time, without the help of the Black Hell Saint and the Army of Destruction, even if he rescued Zhao Yu, he would not be able to escape. He had to repay this favor. Yi Fei could not help but feel conflicted. At this time, a huge dragon head suddenly came from afar. Dan Yuanzi and Dan Ling, Er's anxious voices came from it. Young Master Yi, young masters, now is not the time to talk. That sword god is too strong. He's already slaughtering the creatures of Everlasting City to resist the heavenly tribulation. The martial emperor tribulation alone is not enough to kill a demigod like the sword god. Everyone was shocked. Just now, they were all focused on escaping from Limitless City. No one had the time to pay attention to the situation in Limitless City. It wasn't until Dan Ling Er's reminder that Yi Fei suddenly had the dragon turtle soar into the sky again. Then, he opened his eye of lightning punishment and looked at Limitless City again. Indeed, he saw the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as the figures of the limitless sword god, leading a large number of remaining quasi-emperors of the Wuji sect in a great battle against the giant lightning god. Even the Black Hell Saint, who was originally an assassin, was shocked at this time. He said in shock, "This demigod's methods are even more bloody than our Black Hells. Just the martial emperor tribulation alone is not enough to kill him. Young masters, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's return to Danding City and make a long-term plan," the Sky Spear Elder said very politely. Although Yi Fei and the others were very young, after the tragic battle of the Wuji sect, no other Starry Sky sect dared to look down on land martial artists. In the eyes of many elders of the Danyuan sect, Yi Fei and the others were the future martial emperors and martial gods. If they did not befriend them now, when these peerless geniuses grew up, the Danyuan sect would have no chance to befriend them. Okay, let's return to Danding City and make a long-term plan. After taking one last look at Limitless City and seeing that the sword god was already locked in a fierce battle with the giant lightning god formed by the heavenly tribulation, Yi Fei did not dare to stay outside any longer. He stepped onto the dragon turtle and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. Lu Qing had already walked up to the dragon turtle and was talking to it in a low voice. She seemed to be very interested in the dragon turtle. When Zhao Yu saw this, her cold eyes flashed. She suddenly jumped down from the violent dragon and landed on the dragon turtle's back. Yi Fei's face suddenly stiffened. When Zhao Yu stepped on a dragon turtle, he clearly felt a strong chill. However, before he could figure out what was going on with this chill, another invisible electric current crackled in the air. Lu Qing and Zhao Yu's eyes collided with each other across him. There seemed to be invisible electric sparks flickering in their eyes. In response, Yi Fei could only cough dryly and sit down as if he did not feel anything. He continued to refine the power of the heavenly tribulation that the undying sword soul had absorbed. Although this power was not enough to produce Thunder Tribulation liquid, it could still greatly replenish the blood essence that he had lost. The primary elixir sect did not come here to help out on impulse. They had made sufficient preparations. There were already elders of the Wuji sect on the meteorite belt outside the Wuji sect. They had jointly moved a starry sky teleportation formation over. Relying on this teleportation formation, they could quickly return to Danding City. When the last elder left, he blew up the teleportation formation platform. This was also the best way to delay the Wuji sect's counterattack. Roar! Not long after Yi Fei left, the sky above the Wuji sect suddenly split into two sides. At the same time, a figure covered in blood roared and walked out of the lightning. Behind the bloody figure were countless broken lightning bodies. With the destruction of the giant lightning god, this martial emperor's heavenly tribulation finally lost its power. At the end of the void, the tribulation clouds dissipated. Rays of starlight lit up the entire Wuji sect again. However, the Wuji sect was already filled with corpses. Some of them were killed by the heavenly tribulation. Some of them were killed by the Wuji sword god and died innocently. Looking at these corpses and the remaining 100 or so heaven boundary emperors behind him, Qian Sanyuan was so angry that tears streamed down his face. Even more elders let out furious roars. The Wuji sect has dominated the universe for tens of thousands of years. We have tens of thousands of disciples and thousands of boundary emperor elders. Now, only 100 or so of us are alive. This is a great humiliation, a great humiliation. It's all that Demon Ye's fault. Lord Sword God, Sect Master, we have to take revenge. Sect Master, please give the order to gather all the sects in the universe and form an alliance. We must kill Yi Fei, Di Fan, and the other land geniuses. Gather all the sects in the universe? Are there still any sects willing to listen to the orders of the Wuji sect? An elder of the Wuji sect looked miserable. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.